So, good morning, everybody. Please take place. We will start in a few minutes. Sedetevi qua voi, So, good morning everybody, and welcome to the island of San Giorgio to begin these study days on computer-assisted composition in I hope you enjoy the concentrated and meditative atmosphere of this place, and the insularity is today. Non è troppo forte?
Is the volume okay?
Yeah, okay. I take it only. And the insularity is today even stronger because of the rain. So we are in this, niche in some way, and you will participate to one of our events with our format and our wide range of thematic objectives. So this is a huge topic in some way, and one thinks a topic like this you cannot deal with in only 1.5 days. But what we are doing here is the beginning of a common elaboration of these questions. There are many studies, as you know, mostly on individual works or composers, but the whole complex of the relationship between man and machine in the musicological world in the digital age is still to be elaborated. So these will be the topics and the discussion of the next days. What we do, we put together international groups of experts of certain fields of the 20th century, and we try to confront different perspectives. And this plurality is one of our goals. So you will see, for example, I will shortly quote this book, which was the first book, the first volume of the book series, Musical Cultures of the 20th Century, that we initiated on in 2015, in the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Institute of Music, first with Ashgate, and then it changed with Routledge. It's still going on, and it's not a case that the topic of this first volume has to do with the technologies. So we are directly connected in a much wider way. The Institute of Music was inaugurated in 1985 and is mostly as a site of preservation of primary sources of musical life in Italy. So a kind of documentation center which got over the years more to an archive. Nowadays we have 26, we have the collections of 26 composers, Italian composers of the 20th century, some still active. And besides one of the two composers which will be remembered this evening in this short musical event of the late afternoon, Fausto Razzi, he donated his collection to the Institute of Music about a year ago. So 26 different collections from Gianfrancesco Malipiero, who was one of the first sponsors of the musical activities in the Fondazione Giorgio Cini, to Niccolò Castiglioni, from Nino Rota to Fausto Romitelli, so all over the spectrum. Moreover, we promote, there is this second goal that we have, is the theoretical elaboration of fundamental questions of the 20th century music. And so this is what we are doing in these days, is more on that second side. So this was one example, but I have to say that the awareness of the fundamental role of technology was very early here. As you can see from these, this is from our archives. In 1961, there was a conference here in the Fondazione Giorgio Cini, organized by the Studio di Fonologia Musicale, the RAI, and especially Alberto Mantelli. And as you see, Pierre Schaeffer spoke, Roman Vlad. Experimental music meant in those days mostly electronic music, electroacoustic music. So Luigi Rognoni, and you see that's the climb of those. This is an event in connection with many other events in, around Europe, Darmstadt and other places. Giovanni Morelli, the first director of the Institute of Music, had a strong interest for the impact of the electronic devices for the composition and reception of music. In 2004, Morelli founded the journal Acoustical Arts and Artifacts, Technology, Aesthetics and Communications. So the title is again very bright, and it's very wide, and it involves, again, technology is in the midpoint of this. And then there were several activities in those years that Morelli began. And you see a seminar with Gottfried Michel Koenig, that whom we will remember also this evening. So Gottfried Michel Koenig and Fausto Razzi as two protagonists in different ways of the very early phase of computer-assisted composition. Then later on, in 2009, we have an event with Agostino Di Scipio, organized by Giovanni Morelli, and one more in the same year, the publication of for the 60th birthday of Alvise Visolin, and I saw him in the audience, and I'm very happy that he is also with us today. So there were many activities also in the last life year of Giovanni. We have another event which refers to another of the phases of our problem, so live electronic music. So also seen in a very early phase with A Floresta Giovane Geia de Vita. So this is what was about the prehistory of what we are doing now, but now I'm very happy that I have the feeling we go into the kernel now, and we do historical reconstructions, theoretical elaboration. So, and I very trust that this is a beginning of a process. I have to say, all what we do, I put it under the label, which was very famous here in Italy, in the cuisine, slow food. No? Slow food. We are doing slow food research. So we are trying to react against this incredible time pressure that everybody in the university and everywhere is under, this kind of pressure, institutional pressure, publish. Every year you have to publish at least 100 pages, no matter what you write. So we are trying to go against it, to take our time, and you will see everybody of you has up until 40 minutes of presentation. And you know that most of the conferences, you have 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So we give us time and we use the atmosphere of the island to get a high concentration. We cannot escape from here, so we will. So please, last but not least, I'm very thankful that Laura Zattra and Giacomo Albert accepted my idea to organize this. They are the experts. I am interested in theoretical aspects of technology, but I'm not so familiar with the repertoire, the processes, and so this is a very good help. And they have, since I think about 1 year, they lead a group of research group inside of the Italian Society for Musicology, and I'm very happy that the society gave them, exactly both of them, this task, because they can do very well. And this is also a beginning, I think, of the first stage of this. Please, one of you.
Thank you, Gianmario. And the Fondazione Cini, of course. When we first initially discussed the theme with Gianmario 1 year ago, I think it was, we started from an observation, an impression we had from the musicological scene of electroacoustic music, or from the avant-garde scene, musicological scene in general. The idea that while the technical literature on computer-assisted composition is abundant, the theoretical musicological literature is scarce. So we started from this point. And the term we use today, computer-assisted composition, or we have already used the term CAO, which derived from composition assistée par ordinateur, the CAO. So we will use both terms today, CAO or CAC. Started initially, we can say was first initially set down at IRCAM during the 80s with the term CAO, as I said. But these experiences had profound roots which date back, of course, to the 50s, and there are several names, pioneers who already produced, in this sense, music and composition and softwares related to this type of approach. An approach which, if in its origins, was linked to algorithmic composition and technical structure or musical structure or sounds, has extended today to other forms which we can find in today's softwares. For example, every DAWs or every software that also children use has the possibility to compose music or compose structure or transform sounds in an automatic way. So we want to reflect on this problematic from a musicological point of view, from a theoretical, from an aesthetical point of view, and from a historical point of view today. So the seminar aims to propose a discussion, to shed light on these issues, which are very broad, of course, and it is an attempt to systematize what appears to be this methodological disorder.
History of computer-assisted composition in relation to the evolution of technologies and practices from their own perspective. The third session, devoted to theoretical systematic investigations of our field of studies, will take place tomorrow morning. Therefore, tomorrow, general and systematic analysis of the field of study will be presented, which will cover systematic reflections on aesthetic action, on the history of the CAO, and of the computer-assisted composition, and on human relationship with technology. But I'd say I leave now the space to you to chair the
So
the
why
first session.
I invite Martin Zuper, our first speaker. I think I can also give some practical information. There will be a coffee break, more or less, we hope, at 11:30, 11:45 here in the corridor. There are brochures with the program on the table in front of me for everyone who wants to have more. Yeah, come in, Martin. So every presentation will have 40 minutes or 35, 40 minutes with the speaker talking, and then we leave the floor to the questions. There are also people following from home with a Zoom connection, many actually. So we ask you kindly to, if you have questions, to use the microphone, so everyone could also hear from home. Okay. Yeah.
So, I think we have to switch on this mic. So, can you understand me? Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. So I hope I can explain a little bit about CAO, or sometimes I use the term computer music, but I hope it's okay. Principles of computer music, a historical introduction. The world of computer music seems almost infinitely large. I will try to reduce this field to a few principles. After this introduction, some of the compositional algorithms of computer music developed by König, very good colors, blue and green and orange, and I liked the cover very much. And there was written down avant-garde. I didn't know what it means, I was young. And because of that design, I bought 2 of that records. I had no idea what's on that. And I was listening, and it was really strange for me, and there were 2 compositions, Terminus 2 and Funktion Grün, of a guy, Gottfried Michael König. I never heard that name. But that was, I was young, my introduction, you can see, to that field. And I didn't know at that time that much later I started to study with him and his institute. It was the beginning of 1980 for 2 years in Utrecht. Now, the next step was, the beginning after high school, I thought not to deal with music, so I studied first theoretical informatics. It's more or less mathematics, but I was still interested in music. And so I read that König was using computers to compose. And because of that, I started to think about why is he using computers? Not only he, also other people like Xenakis, of course. And before I go more into detail, I started to read the first texts of König. There was a famous interview with Ursula, I think, Sturzenbacher or so, something like that. And she asked all the time, why are you using a computer? And I didn't understand his answer in the book. And he couldn't say, well, I like computer or we have computers. The question was from me, or was why? Then much later, as I switched from informatics to musicology, and as I was in Utrecht, I was then becoming closer and closer to him. And if he did have a break, I went in his office and we discussed about God and the Word. And then I asked him again, and he thought it's really a stupid question, why are you using a computer? And he didn't give me a clear answer. And I knew exactly what he was doing with the computers, but why? And so I have to say, before I finished my studies in informatics, my supervisor for my diploma, he was a chess player, and he was the best one of Germany, and he give a seminar about computer chess, and I was following that seminar just for fun. And we did their analysis of chess playings of Kasparov, which you, I think, know. He was, I think, for a period of 8 years, the best player in the world, and there was no one better before his time. And I heard from my teacher, and he visited Kasparov in the Soviet Union, that Kasparov itself started to learn to program a computer, and then he started to program a chess game. So that was a time it wasn't available in a store, so he started to write the rules, and as he did that, he was playing or training with his own program. And Kasparov was sometimes shocked that the computer was giving him an answer for a certain combination where he didn't think, how can that happen? That's my program, and the computer can only do what I told him, but there was a new thing, and so he learned because of that. I told very long that story to König, and I asked him, maybe is that the same with you? Kasparov is becoming a new answer, and you will getting with your programs also for a certain time a certain, let's say, a tone, and you didn't think about that I want to have that or not, but it's your program and not the computer is doing that, it's your mind, you can say. And König was thinking about a very long time about my story and said, maybe you are right, but yes, that's for the introduction. Well, now let's go to picture 2. It's right. I hope you can read it, yes. As I started to think about computer music, so it was very common to divide that field in so-called score synthesis and sound synthesis. I guess that was defined by Otto Laske. I'm not definitely sure, but I think in his writing he used always his both terms. And so, well, as a beginner I used it too, but meanwhile I would say it's really difficult to share the field of computer music in that 2 parts. On one side it's a little bit traditional. You can say, if you're a composer, I write a score, and the score needs an instrumentation, and the instrumentation is, let's say, the sound, and the score is the other side. But let's say, for example, today, if you would calculate the computer an abstract sound A and an abstract sound B, and the computer should calculate then, let's say, to go in 7 minutes from sound A to sound B with a more or less endless approximations. Not that A is becoming lower and the other higher. It's a loudness, I mean that sound A is becoming more and more and more sound B. Then on the one side, you can say that has to do with sound synthesis. On the other side, that's a part of a composition. It's a score too. And so it makes the situation difficult to use these both terms. Yes, so at the moment for this talk, I will keep this tradition and I will show possible things, how you could make clear what score synthesis means. But my main goal for that talk is the field of sound synthesis. But first, we are talking now about score synthesis. That means let's go to picture 3. Okay. Oh, so that's a principle which I created about 20 years ago. And I will give examples. Also, the first one, you can read modeling of traditional compositional procedures. Secondly, modeling new original compositional procedures, different from those known before. And the third one, selecting algorithms from extra musical disciplines. Let's go to picture 4 to make that more understandable. So I just, for each of them, I could show you hundreds of different compositions. So modeling in traditional compositional procedures, a typical example would be the Iliac suite from Hiller and Isaacson, but only the first part of the Iliac suite. That's based on traditional rules, and he told, you can say, the computer what's allowed, what you have to do and what's not allowed, and so on. I don't go into details now, but that piece is one of the first. And modeling new original compositional procedures different from those known before. One example could be the famous piano piece Jongleur de Busses-let Messi from Clarence Barlow. And Barlow you can see modeling new procedures. Compositional algorithms by Gottfried Michael König are intended to solve general musical problems and to be able to be used by other composers. The algorithms of Clarence Barlow, on the other hand, have the character of a private language, and each was developed for a single piece only. Here, the algorithms are not simply compositional tools, but are themselves at an abstract level, an abstract of the music's concrete manifestation. Barlow claims that would obtain the same results without the help of a computer and defends himself against the term computer music. He notes that one doesn't talk about pencil music in the case of Beethoven, for example. In focusing on the way a piece has been composed, his numerical examination of tonality and meter has found expressions in the piano piece called Giacomo Albert. Several sound layers run simultaneously in 14 different tempi. Quarter tones intervals can be heard in the change from one scale to the next, but not within each scale. In Giacomo Albert, the metric and harmonic intensity, rhythmic and melodic uniformity, choral density, density of attack, dynamics, and articulation were calculated according to a composed meter structure, the algorithms. Now, what Barlow is saying, without a computer, he would do the same. I don't believe that, but that's another thing. By the way, for the example Barlow, I wanted also to add here Gottfried Michael König, specific his PR1 algorithms. And then it was clear for me, modeling new original compositional procedures. But on the other hand, as you know, König is so closed or combined to the so-called serielle music, serial music, that I thought it fits also a little bit to the first, modeling traditional compositional procedures if serielle music is a traditional thing. Even you can say it's the shortest music period of the world, maybe 3 years, not for König, but for the others. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, let's go. No, not the next picture. Selecting algorithms from extra musical discipline. I have 2 examples. One of them, Hans-Peter Kiebert's cells, and he is using L systems. Maybe you know it, maybe not. L systems are based, L is the name, Lindenmayer, and Aristide Lindenmayer was a botanic researcher, and he was very much influenced of the idea of the linguist Noam Chomsky. And the basic idea of Chomsky was, in that time in the 60s, you have a so-called surface structure. That's a written text, or what I'm just saying now. That's the surface structure of the language. And here is my computer in my head, and he has only endless rules and how to create these service structures. And the most important thing is that the rules how to create a sentence are limited, but the possibility of what I am saying are unendless. And Lindenmayer chose that Chomsky grammar and added more in it, and so he started to create algorithms to create artificial plans or to copy other plans, and a lot of composers were influenced of this so-called L systems. There are a lot of other possibilities. Yanis Xenakis was used the so-called cellular automata. That's a very simple algorithm where you, for example, could simulate how the waves in the sea are starting and becoming a tsunami and so on and so on. And he used that algorithms for the dynamic processes of Horos. So I would say until today, even if it's 20 years old, I think for the most processes, you can link it to one of these 3 things. Okay, so now let's switch to the next picture. Sound synthesis. Now, there are also a lot of possibilities how you can talk about, and there are hundreds of different algorithms to create a sound. And as I started to think about, it was common to say there is a standard and a non-standard synthesis. What does it mean? This division was created by Stephen Holtzman, and in 1978 in his thesis about sound synthesis, he used these both, and until today, it is still in use. Now, Koenig itself is using it too, and maybe a short little story. The first ICMC, the first European ICMC, that's the International Computer Music Conference, was here in Venice. It's exactly 40 years ago. Was there somebody here? And I was there, and on the Lido, in the large cinemas, I heard all talks. Everybody was there. Even Stockhausen was there, John Cage was there, and I was listening also to Xenakis. And Xenakis said in his speech that the whole IRCAM community has a synthesizer thinking in the background, and there were 30 people of the IRCAM, and they were really trying against Xenakis, and I was young, or younger, and I didn't know what he means with synthesizer thinking. Now, today I know it, and it has to do what in Holtzman's terms is a standard synthesis, and the standard synthesis means that you are using an acoustical model. And if you don't do that, then it's a so-called non-standard synthesis. You can read that in all books. Even Koenig is always talking about standard and non-standard synthesis. But I would say today it's also a little bit dangerous. What means an acoustical model? And I would say hidden behind all these terms, there are meanings, the so-called Fourier analysis. That's exactly 200 years ago. And Fourier was that guy who tried to formalize a waveform, not only an acoustical one as a mathematical formula. And so he invented the so-called today Fourier analysis. And the meaning is that you can do a description of a certain sound in form of different endless or unendless sine waves. And that's possible. And that, I would say, is since 200 years the standard model to describe a sound, the Fourier analysis. And because of that, as the beginners of people who were tried to create a sound, the first step, as Koenig told me, and a lot of others, was to look in an acoustical book, in a book about acoustics. And of course, there was in the first 20 pages written about each sound basis as the basic of different sine waves. It's a description. It's not the reality. And if you want to create a new sound, it's very easy. Do the opposite. Take an amount of sine wave operators, and for each oscillator, you do another, creating another sine wave. There are only two values, the amplitude and the frequency, of course. And if you add all together, then you can create a new sound. And that's still today a kind of a basic moment. It's also called Fourier synthesis or Fourier or additive sound synthesis. I say, so I told you, it's a little bit careful. Even I asked once Stephen Holzman, and he told me I'm right. Standard synthesis for him was based on the Fourier analysis. But, well, let's say Einstein proposed 1917 an acoustical model to describe a certain sound, not with help of Fourier, just with help of little quantas. And later, Dennis Gabor, 1947, wrote a famous article, How to Describe a Sound with Help of Quantas. And he was complete against Fourier, also Gabor, and said, each sound or each waveform I can really describe as a sum of quantas. And today we are also seeing, telling about so-called Gabor quantas. Because of that, he got a Nobel Prize in 1971. So today, if we see standard model, well, which one, Fourier or Gabor, and there are also other ones, it's not so easy. Now, Xenakis and not at the same time, and Koenig thought about, well, let's describe or create a sound without any partials or without any sine waves. In the case of Xenakis, he wanted to compose like only what we hear for him is only a changing of the sound pressure, and he wanted to compose at that level and not to think in different partials. And Koenig more or less said the same. I will talk more about later. He said, you can say, we need only an amplitude and a time when which amplitude at which time has to be there. And that's it. Two things. Now, as a mathematician or engineer or technician, you can say with both models or ideas, you can create each sound. But as a composer, if you use one of these models, then I would say unconsciously the program, or let's say the idea, is giving a kind of a user guidance for you. And for example, if you use the additive sound synthesis, then automatically composers are thinking in relations of the partials. And think about one of the first compositions, Stockhausen Studie 2. Well, he was thinking in partials. So, you know, the relation was 20th root from 5 to rate this little audible blocks. And all the other early composers which are using sine waves or as the basic material, Stockhausen was also talking about a sine wave is the atom of a certain sound. They were thinking in relations, I would say, relations of the partials. And to show this, I have one composition, but I don't want to tell you what it was. The very early one where you can immediately hear, it's very old, but the composer is thinking in relation of the partials. That's the last one. 1 minute. I don't know if somebody could recognize that. It was Tratto from Bernd Alois Zimmermann. Tratto 2 for the German pavilion in Osaka. There was not only Stockhausen, there were 6 different composers. And well, that was composition based on these atoms of sine waves. And if you don't use this, then there are other possibilities. And so let's go to the next picture. I think 6, yes. Yeah. Well, very short. Here is one idea of Yannis Xenakis. In the field of sound synthesis, he created 3 different directions. And in that case, it's based on the so-called Shen-Dean theory. And what you see here is just a certain waveform calculated by the computer. And if you would do a repetition all the time of that waveform, then of course it's then very, it makes no sense. So Xenakis defined, for example, a window, the red window, and inside of the window there is the peak of that certain waveform, and the idea is for each repetition of the waveform, the peak should be on another point in the window. In that case, calculated with Brownian movement. And of course, then for each repetition, the waveform has another sound. But that's only the very basic thing. Xenakis said also the window, we can say in 1 minute it should become larger or smaller, or we can move the whole window. And for each other point, peak, you can define another window, and if one window is becoming smaller, the other one is becoming greater. And also for the length, he created a window, and if everything works together, then there is nothing where you can really keep your brain, I would say, because the pitch and nothing is in a way where you know how a sound could be. Let's just listen for half a minute of Jean de Troyes, which was the first composition composed with that system. Yeah. And now let's go back to Gottfried Michael König. And he did have much earlier, more or less the same idea. And here a short interview from 1987 with König and Curtis Rhodes. Can you tell us about the sound synthesis program SSP? Yes, this program uses what we call the non-standard approach to sound synthesis. That means not referring to a given acoustical model, but rather describing the waveform in terms of amplitude values and time values. My first intention was to go away from the classical instrumental definition of sound in terms of loudness, pitch, and duration, and so on. Because then you would refer to musical elements which are not necessarily Paul Berg at the Institute of Sonology, and so on. Well, now, because the time is running, the funny thing is Koenig developed SSP, and it's really a great program, and he never used it. But it was there in Utrecht, and as I told you earlier, his ideas was to develop programs to compose, but these programs are for all composers. And it's the real opposite of, let's say, Barlow or Xenakis. He just did this one chanty for Chanty Trois, that's it, and then he forgot it complete. And it wasn't in his mood that other composers would use it. Peter Hoffmann did it later. Now, also, I have the feeling, yeah, compared to Xenakis, we have to listen. There is a similarity, but it sounds a little bit more radical. Of course, Xenakis is using different statistical processes to change the basic waveform. In the case of Koenig, you can see everything was to change a certain waveform based on the serial idea, on the micro and macro level. And because also you can see with SSP, he said it's a sound synthesis program, but in SSP itself, you create also, you can see the form or the direction how the composition will then run. Now, Kees Tasseler told me, and I forgot that a very good composition is Mandolin of Paul Berg. Paul Berg was the closest assistant of Koenig, and Berg sent me the whole composition, and I would like that we hear now for 1 minute of Mandolin. Just, yeah. So that was a small view in the world of Gottfried Michael Koenig, and maybe you could also agree that even with such a program of SSP, he is far away of all, or not all other things, and I would say, I wouldn't say today there's a standard and a non-standard approach. Maybe it's better to say there's a partial-oriented composition and a not partial-oriented composition. And the second one, the not partial-oriented, in my aesthetical point of view, it's always more radical and goes more in the future, whatever future means. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Super. We have, you are perfectly on time, so we have time for a few questions. Okay, while you think about some questions, I just want to say that the ICMC, International Computer Music Conference here in Venice in 1982 was organized by Alvise Vidolin, Giovanni De Poli, and the studio di Sonologia Computazionale in Padova in connection with the Biennale in Venice and the Laboratorio di Informatica Musicale, Musical Informatics Laboratory. So it was here that the European versions of the ICMC were born. So we are proud of it, and Alvise is here. Okay, so I have actually a question. What interested me was your final sentence that you were thinking that Koenig was opening up to new forms of interaction between the possibilities of synthesis. So do you think that this new, the software that he never used would possibly go towards new ways or new paths of synthesis, new forms of synthesis from a programming point of view, and what from a compositional point of view?
It's not easy to say, but I would say...
Did you speak with him? Did you speak with him about that?
No, honestly, no. Only about other things. But I would say, so in my opinion, today, of course, each student has such a computer, and on that computer there are also programs which 50 years ago was in such a room, and there are a lot of fantastic different programs, and in my opinion, or what I see, it's not only my opinion, is that each program is also, maybe in an unconscious way, guiding you what you should do, even if you think you are completely free. There's a lot of influence of the programs, and I was really shocked. I was once invited to be in the judge of the Ars Electronica, and I had to listen 700 different pieces in 1 week, and I would say to 90% at the beginning I heard that's a new GRM tool, and that's just what GRM is doing, and the composer was young, and I think he thought, well, that's great, it's my composition. But all the programs are giving you a kind of a guidance, even if you don't know about. But if you reduce the possibilities, like in SSP, that you have only amplitude and the time, then you have to think in a complete other way, and there's no guidance. You have to really to start to compose the sound and the structure itself, and it's hard to do it. So it's not so easy as to use a new GRM tool.
There's a question here. A microphone, please. Is there anyone? Yeah, thanks. And also from home, if there's anyone who wants to ask questions to Martin Zuppler, of course, everyone is welcome. So, Maurizio, if you can follow also, if there's someone who wanted to se c'è qualcuno che vuole fare domande da casa, per cortesia, se ce lo segnali con la mano, grazie. Please. So please, Elena Ungeheuer.
Thank you, Martin, very much. When you've been speaking with Mick, did he ever coin the term of algorithmic composing? Was this already a term? The
No.
algorithmic thing?
No, but maybe it's also, he's a generation where, of course, each program is an algorithm.
Yeah.
But it was not so popular to use the term algorithm.
Okay.
I think it did have to do with his age and not that he didn't like the term.
Yeah. And of course, you know which new this. I suppose that algorithmic composing is a new thing as a term. So, but when we think about that, what for example Nierhaus does in Graz, this kind of problematizing music composition, was this part of the universe of Gottfried Michael König, this idea, because when you entered with your little chess story, I get from these algorithmic composing guys that they are so happy with implanting something by algorithms and then looking what they get as new combinations and as something they could even think about on their own. They didn't think on their own. So this idea, oh, nice partner, he has I coined you because I did the algorithm, the first algorithm, and now you get me this whole fantasy, freedom universe back. So is this an idea that Mick had already in his mind?
I would say no. Well, I think all his theories, he started in the 50s in Cologne. And if he was working in a practical way, for example, realizing Kontakte of Stockhausen, I think there's more König in it as Stockhausen, then more and more he got in the theories the idea how a sound could be in the future produced, but its analog studio was so limited. Yeah. And so in that time he said very often, if we have later computers, then I can realize, I guess, that idea. And so it was always his own mind, and later he used the machine to realize that his ideas. And there was never a thing, well, I will try what could happen, and so
yeah. Okay.
That was not his
I get your point, because when I was working on essay and talking a lot with Mick on essay, so he was so enthusiastic about C sound. And I was a little bit old-fashioned in my idea, so this was this old analog technique and we had to restore it. And he said, no, C sound is so nice, let's do it with C sound. And then I got this point that he was always open to new technologies, to be more precise, to be more on the point, which couldn't be realized in old techniques. Yeah.
Yes. And another thing, maybe it's not so important, he was also programming the things, but I think he liked more that other people did it for him. But it's common, because it's a lot of work. If you are not so a programmer, then you need a lot of time. And if you have the idea. On his desk, there was, in his office, always, what's in English, a so-called Flussdiagramm in English, I don't know, where can see what should happen.
Yeah, process diagram.
Yeah, and then Paul Berg, he had then to program it. And it was also the time where a so-called higher-oriented language like Fortran, which is really ugly, wasn't there. So you had to program in machine code, and that means time too. You're losing time.
Okay, are there any other questions? No, yeah. Okay. Marco
Yes,
Stroppa.
I have a question. You mentioned at the beginning, or during your talk, about the contrasting approach between Fourier composers and Gabor composers. So those who believed in additive, I mean, I quote.
A little bit, yes.
Those who believe in additive, approach of sound, and the others more in quantitative, discrete approach of sound. I noticed that if I look at the programs nowadays and about the talks about composers, that Fourier definitely won the war. That is, you don't find so many approaches nowadays or so many composers that refer to Gabor approach, and most of them show FFTs rather than wavelet analysis or other kinds of analysis. Do you know why Gabor, and anyway a quantitative approach to sound, seems to be so hard or so little used?
I don't know, honestly. Yeah, and but also I have to say, if I see there are more composers oriented for that or for that, I don't mean that if somebody is using still additive sound synthesis, I don't mean it's a negative thing, but it's the result are others.
Yeah, I have a question. First of all, a clarification. The Gabor composers, I mean, what is the sound that they're using? What is this? Because we know what sine waves are. What is the sound of a Gabor composer?
This was the question?
It's a question, yeah, it's a question.
Okay. The case of a Gabor quant, but I have to say, don't mix it up. The SSP of König doesn't have anything to do with Gabor. In the case of Gabor, you have little audible samples, and they need a length between 20 and 50 milliseconds.
Okay.
And that's a so-called anthropological constant. That's the minimum of a length where you can hear the pitch, the tempo, and the loudness.
So this is granular synthesis.
Yeah, but
okay.
as Gabor wrote that text, there was no sound synthesis available. It was 1947.
So I just wanted to confirm that, because when you said Gabor, and this is what I was thinking, granular synthesis, and so the idea that we have there's more FFT composers than granular synthesis composers. I think this is it's a better way of posing the question. I think, and it's not so clear who wins, because I think there's a lot of people using granular synthesis techniques today. I mean, your GRM composers, that's everything they do. This is very, very heavy there. And also just simply the techniques of using granular synthesis, I think has become quite popular. It's much easier to use. There are many plugins that use exactly this technique in some very interesting ways. So I don't think it's quite so obvious, but it is kind of scary when you go, okay, well, I can use an FFT or I can use a sine wave as my building block. So I start at the very, very, very smallest Lego, or I have to inherit in some way a timbre, a sound that comes from something else. And I think this is it's very different way of thinking and of composing. So yeah, I'm not so sure that the FFTs have won. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, so it was no question, it was a comment. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I hate to stop here the Q&A part, but I think that we should move on with Joshua, the second speaker. So thank you very much, Martin. And the second speaker is Joshua Banks-Mailman. And the title of his presentation is The Musical Cybernetics of Computer-Aided Composition, a regime for anticipatory embodiment and adventurous constructivist epistemology.
How am I going to Check. Okay. Uh-oh. I just pressed a button, but I think you can still hear me. Okay. Well, I'm gonna talk very fast, but I promise it was slow cooked in advance. So. Right. When in 2004 I interviewed several eminent computer music composers about what had changed in their use of computers since they had started, Roger Reynolds said the primary difference was speed. Speed is not just a matter of convenience. It is a difference between guesswork, I'll try this and hope I'm right, and interactive work in which constant adjustments are possible as one seeks a particular result. Since this is a talk on 20th century computer-aided composition, I'll use this difference in speed as my springboard, specifically the slower speed and less interactive nature of 20th century computer-aided composition, and how this led to its most defining characteristics. Because of the impediments to pursue computer-aided composition in the 20th century, there would have to be a substantial reason, an enticing hook, a formidable driving motivation for it to be worth the trouble. The amount of planning and execution that is required meant that only musical projects that were in some way conceptually more ambitious were ever implemented with the aid of computer. Casually experimental and merely expressive musical pursuits focused on sonic novelty, for instance, by contrast, have instead been implemented by other means, such as with analog electronics or acoustic instruments in the 20th century. 20th century computer-aided composition, being more conceptually ambitious, might lead to the conclusion that it tends toward Platonistic disembodiment. The best of it, however, I would argue, is on the contrary very much physically embodied, either through direct reference to the human body or by partaking in feedback processes affecting or being affected by our sensory experiences. In 6 parts, I'll first discuss relevant precursors, then interpolation, parameterization, and ontologies, boundary blurring in musical styles and materials, then extended embodiment, enactment of ideas, and meta-theoretical interpretation. Formalization of musical practice is as old as Pythagoras, Guido of Arezzo, and Rameau, but in the 1920s and 30s in America, intensified technical innovation came with the vogue of modernity, especially Joseph Schillinger, whose systematic translations between sonic and visual via mathematical formalisms influenced classical, jazz, and pop composers. Here's just an orthochronic mapping, whereas Schillinger's theory of rhythmic interference patterns was more prescient, as it was a cross-modal method to conceptualize syncopation relevant for jazz-inflected pop, like Gershwin's I've Got a Fascinating Rhythm, but now it seems relevant to Ligoti's crooked pattern mechanico technique, Reich's phasing, and Carter's polyphonic textures. Henry Cowell's theory of rhythms based on varyingly complex harmonic ratios led to the rhythmicon, a polyrhythmic sonification machine played as a keyboard with keys initiating pitches and equivalent pulsation speeds, which was physically constructed by Leon Theremin. The rhythmicon device was a bigger investment of time and expertise than any typical composition. It was built to realize Cowell's speculative idea that to be physically experienced as a sonic actuality. The machine wasn't designed to entice popular taste or with a novel sound. It wasn't a sound already distinctly heard in the mind's ear. Instead, Cowell's more adventurous imagination motivated the effort needed to construct the means necessary to get a chance to hear what this speculative idea would sound like and feel like once heard. Ruth Crawford Seeger's quartet uses the technology of conventional music notation to forge dynamic swells completely staggered between the players, creating an unprecedented texture and flow of undulating sound mass which couldn't be tested out on a piano, organ, or other instrument. But that doesn't mean it arises in some disembodied Platonic way. There were comparable phenomena one would have experienced in prominent recent films. Controlled fading, blending between images, is a technique filmgoers would have experienced by 1930. New meaning arising from juxtaposing unrelated images was theorized by Lev Kuleshov based on experiments he did in the 1920s. Why not also with unrelated dissonant tones? Crawford Seeger could have experienced this visually and anticipated the possibility of hearing it sonically. Her finale is perhaps the most important precursor to computer-aided composition, since it quite clearly enacts an algorithm, a two-level patterning of pitch series and grouping process that also reverses. Oh, let me go back. As visualized, it seems to sonify a physical process, the moving sands of an hourglass. The mapping between physical domains, although not just a Platonic disembodied contemplation, could be anticipated but not tested out, which raised the stakes of the planning, just like with 20th century computer-aided composition. Interpolation isn't specifically computational. Its significance lies in what Giacomo Albert called vectorality, the experienced and anticipated change in a particular direction, heard in Reich's and Lucier's analog electronic music, but also in Crawford Seeger's quartet finale. Yet computers enable more flexibility on what parameters can be interpolated and how. Over 15 minutes, Sariau's Vers de Blanc gradually interpolates between two transpositions and inverted voicing of the same chord in a glacially paced contrary motion glissando that also moves through different vocal formants digitally realized. It distills spectralism's decades-long focus on interpolating chords and timbres aided by prior computer analysis. Also in the 80s, Roger Reynolds developed bifurcating algorithms like Ruth Crawford Seeger's, except relating live instrumental performance to computer-generated sound that is not just effects processing, but rather is more compositionally structural. His spirals samples from the center of an audio clip, and then incrementally oscillates outward further and further, from the center, and then does this with shorter and shorter samples. Oops. What? We hear an intensive variety of fragmentations of the clip that give the listener a strong sense of hearing it from every possible angle. Parameterization closely relates, because any property parameterized can be interpolated, creating a gradual or incremental change to be experienced, or it can change in any other trajectory, which is how it arises in serialism and stochasticism, in Stockhausen's and Xenakis's parameterizing of onset density. Then beyond that, in the trailblazing Cholu Otubus Ishlatmisi by Stockhausen's protege, Clarence Barlow, who computationally structured 30 minutes of music top-down by parametrically manipulating various macro emergent properties. These excerpts from his relationships are now illustrated also by visualizations he made 25 years afterward. Atonical, asymmetrical. Okay, I'm not going to necessarily announce every time before. Yeah, sorry. Atonical, asymmetrical. Tonical, asymmetrical. Atonical, metrical. Tonical, metrical. In the 1980s, he implemented this in a visual interface. Of the original Cholu Otobus Ishlatmisi, he wrote, in 1975, while traveling in Turkey, inspired by the music I heard there, I decided to write a large piano piece using quarter tones. Being equally at home in the Western tonal and metric music of the past few centuries and the Western atonal and ametric music of post-World War II, I also wish to generate tonic, tonal, and metric fields of variable strength in this piece. Music in the continuum ranging freely between tonal and atonal, and metric and ametric. This I sought to achieve by setting up probability tables for a choice of pulses to attack and pitches to attack with them. The probabilities would be based on a list of tonal and metric priorities for the pitches and pulses in given modes and meters. Programmed it in Fortran in 1987 on a PDP computer. His 1980 book indicates he could not hear it as he generated it. Only afterward did he connect a digital to audio converter to render it sonically. In George Bernard Shaw's satire of Sir Isaac Newton in Good King Charles's Golden Days, the Newton character blurts out, "Nothing exists until it is measured." While that might be an exaggeration, there is some sense in which something that didn't exist is brought into existence by its being parameterized in an algorithm. Thus, parameterization exemplifies the ontological rub of computer-aided composition. 12-tone composition exemplifies it too, with computers used by Bauer, Mangelberg, and Ferencz in 1965 to find more rows having the all-interval property, exemplified in Berg's lyric suite. Morris and Starr in 1974 identified the full corpus of 3,856 such rows, which Marco Nardelli grouped into clusters based on voice leading distance. In the 1990s, John Link generated 194 12-tone chords segmentally containing the all-trichord hexachord 012478, presenting these to Elliott Carter, who used them in his Symphonia and elsewhere. Robert Morris in the 90s defined and computationally discovered a new type of entity, a pitch class chain containing contiguous 6-note segments of all 50 hexachord types. It's a 55-note all hexachord chain, enabling him to computationally enact an ecological poetics, expressing continuous evolution and diversity. In playing outside, each hexachord structures an improv for 1 minute. The next minute inherits 5 pitches, adding 1 new one, thus infusing evolutionary continuity, an unrepeating journey over a maximally diverse terrain. The processive continuity is nicely viewed as a canon, as I'll show next. This chain features the 30 Z hexachords, which are those sharing the same interval inventory as another hexachord, which therefore serves as a kind of echo. Intriguingly, the most proximate Z echo is immediately followed by the most remote one. Heard in Morris's outdoor piece Oracle, this chain features 29 tetrachord types, all 29 of them, with players trading pitches between themselves within the tetrachord, creating a kind of clang-farben melody. My visualization depicts each tetrachord as a distinct line hatching pattern, each interval mapped to a different line angle, with parallel lines continuing into neighboring areas, organically intertwining inherited family resemblances. Parameterized interpolation enables blending and blurring across and between categories, but there's more, for the explanation of which I'll reference Fauconnier and Turner's conceptual blending theory. Their conceptual integration networks help unpack mechanisms by which concepts are blended through shared traits. Dean's Oxford Handbook of Computer Music offers Risset's 1969 mutations, where a melody becomes a harmony, becomes a timbre. Harvey's 1980s Mortuus Planga Vivos Voca bests this with church bells becoming boys' choir. Better, though, was the pitch becoming a pulse in Stockhausen's Contacta. The attraction of that liminality was already known from the sound of purring cats and motorcycle engines. Exemplified in Barry Truax's 1988 River Run, and pioneered by Xenakis and Curtis Rhodes, an impactful conceptual blender has been granular synthesis. Discipio notes its potential to blend timbre and form, but also harmony, texture, and pulsation. They become one fluid field of nuance to explore through parameterization, for instance, in Truex's GSX system. Dwelling in the liminal space between categories to blend seemingly different kinds of musical materials or styles is a capability of computer-aided composition, which granular synthesis perfectly exemplifies. Even more conceptual is the blurring done in the barber pole illusion by Jean-Claude Rizet and James Tenney's realizing psychologist Roger Shepard's idea. Pitch changes, but paradoxically doesn't get higher or lower or change registers. Challenging the ontology of pitch, it blends pitch change with registral stasis. A few years later, Ligeti innovatively composed a discretized version in his Melodien. Rather than through Riset's and Tenney's pure sine tone simplicity, Ligeti expresses this in an overwhelmingly complex texture, a mathematical sublime illustrated in my animation. He did it often, including in his violin concerto. Expressed thus within Ligeti's micropolyphony, it can surmount the Shepard-Risset-Tenney glissando by blending and switching direction, as occurs in Griset's partials. Here we find our definitions forced to shift. Though it's ostensibly a matter of pitch, it's ultimately textural, depending on macro configuration, an emergent phenomena, which I find can be measured, parameterized, and called textural incline of pitch, measured as the relative number of ascending versus descending intervals, regardless of their distances. Through this lens, the form of Ligeti's violin concerto's first movement resembles nonlinear dynamic systems, a topic I'll return to. Anyway, Griset and Ligeti's textural inclines of pitch may be aided by awareness of Riset's and Tenney's barber pole illusions. I've been using Fauconnier and Turner's conceptual integration networks to illustrate these blends, liminalities, portmanteaus. Yet there's a huge caveat I didn't mention. Fauconnier and Turner's construct is meant to elucidate how ideas can be brought together in metaphor. Yet one of the superpowers that computers bring to music is to manifest such blends in bodily experienced sound. Another intriguing blend arising from the computer is an underappreciated aspect of Milton Babbitt, known more for 12-tone composition. Babbitt was also a saxophonist, clarinetist, and pop songwriter in the 1920s who performed Dixieland and other jazz styles. The only qualified reader for Babbitt's Princeton PhD thesis was the inventive statistician John Tukey, who, with colleague John von Neumann, physicist, mathematician, and father of the digital computer architecture, advised Claude Shannon at Bell Labs. It was Tukey who, in 1947, coined the now ubiquitous term bit, meaning binary digit. Subsequently, Babbitt innovated a new rhythmic patterning in his music, which could be subject to the same operations of retrograde inversion and retrograde inversion he was using for pitch, and which gave his music a jazzy, propulsive groove. Treating each time point as an on-off bit, he enumerates a maximum variety of bit patterns as a series, first in his semi-simple variations. whose rhythm is this. His next bit-based composition was, rhythm was all set. Whose bit-based rhythm is It's the first rigorous systemization of rhythm that is syncopated like bebop jazz, spontaneous, seeming though actually it's based on bit manipulations. This bit-bop as I call it, is the first of several alternative derivations for jazzy rhythmic and chordal features Babbitt developed, and arose from the Bell Labs context, where von Neumann, Tukey, and Shannon created crucial digital computer architecture, terminology, and concepts. Treating beats as bits is still a handy way to create syncopated propulsive rhythm in interactive computer music, say in a Max MSP patch. Going from the 20th to the 21st century, extended embodiment has gained importance. How do computers extend our bodily capabilities? It's often another conceptual blend, typically a bodily expression blended with a more remote abstraction, like adapting human vocal sound to structures and agilities drawn from the nimble tactility of instrumental music. As Paul Lansky explains, I'm interested in being able to emulate real instruments, but mainly in the sense that I can get them to assume unreal proportions. For example, I've been using Perry Cook's flute model for a few years, but my favorite way of using it is to construct a model of a flute which is about 20 feet long with a diameter of 3 feet. It produces great sounds. Lansky is known for his Idle Chatter series. Which plays human voices like drums. Blending tactile and oral embodiments. Wayne Slauson's Syntal software manipulates vowel colors structurally like pitch classes. I involuntarily move my mouth muscles to emulate the motions needed to create these vowels, and I dare you not to. Noah Krashevsky's ingenious absurdist style engineers the heightened affect out of samples. Consider how he carefully chooses samples that unveil the humanity and fragility of the human body as it performs. The repetition's mechanical artificiality amplifies each sample's expressive uniqueness. Agostino Di Scipio's Rhythm of the Winds variations extends our ears onto the fingers, under the tongue, and inside the tube of a recorded performance to hear what our minds would have filtered out.
Aprire.
And Merce Cunningham.
I would use chance operations to make a sequence on the dance form, on the program, just to see what that looked like. Very often, of course, it was physically impossible, but I always tried it out because even if you couldn't do what had happened, it led you to see something you hadn't used before.
His pioneering work with life forms seized the opportunity to use computation to extend his creative imagination regarding the body.
Engrossed in looking at this, see what else I can do with it. And it immediately fascinated me because you could put a dance shape, a movement on and see it go from one situation to another. And so I have worked with it one way or another since, not as much now, I think, because it is complicated to do, but the result has led me into thinking different ways of how to put movement together and be willing to accept it.
Algorithms proving out conceptions of musical creativity are enacting ideas. In the 1950s through 80s, the ideas were traditional music grammars, exemplified in Leger and Hillier's Iliac Suite. And David Cope's EMI project. A more intriguing what-if is Clarence Barlow's piano trio, which intermixes Clementi, Schumann, and Ravel through an outward spiral mapping pattern that creates a clever directed form. But to explore the inherently dynamic temporal nature of music, consider nonlinear dynamic systems. It's computationally straightforward to define systems where each state n+1 depends on the previous state n, something explored by Di Scipio. Eduardo Mirando asserts that this enables new abstract models that relate to natural progressions and artificial life, exemplified by cellular automata, from which repeated patterns evolve from two simple adjacency rules. Miranda's Van Gogh brushstroke-inspired olivine trees exemplifies this blend of novel sounds with naturalistic flow. Mapping involving adjacency is key. In Quadratura Cerulli, Cartesian coordinates map to intervals, so self-organizing processes move through similar trichords, creating oral continuity. algorithms that enable using the body to manipulate, sculpt, and steer how music is being generated is a potent idea, explored in 1980 in Joel Chadaby's pioneering work, which algorithmically generated melodies for tempo and timbre that he steered with arm motions. And David Rockaby's very nervous system daringly pushes this cybernetic frontier where the music both influences and is influenced by the algorithmic output. 4 video cameras track his whole body as he can activate and control numerous sonic aspects constructed in real time. Rockaby likens it to an immersive medium like water or jello. George Lewis's Voyager explores spontaneous agency as couldn't be done without computers. Lewis programmed Voyager to embody social traits of improvisation he idealizes. It listens and chooses when and how to imitate, cooperate, or assert independence. It sets behaviors on the fly. Here, in this excerpt, how Voyager takes the lead and then cleverly chooses how and when to engage with the human pianist. Let's consider some threads running through what I've discussed. I mentioned the heightened level of planning required in 20th century computer-aided composition, self-selected only conceptually ambitious projects. Lack of immediate feedback raised the stakes of planning. For instance, think of how much technical groundwork had to be done by Hiller, Cope, Chadaby, Rockaby, or Lewis before they'd hear a sonic result. Barlow couldn't have heard in his mind all the tens of thousands of notes of his stochastically generated Cholu Otobus Eshlatmisi. Such detachment goes together with an investment in the para-musical, those crucial aspects of music that are not strictly sonic. That, however, should not imply that computer-aided composition lacked guidance from bodily experience. It would have been guided by such experience, although in a more mediated or phenomenologically digested way, as I've already hinted. Moreover, the anticipation of hearing results would be that much more keen, so composers and other listeners would, in some sense, be in a more receptive disposition than would otherwise be the case, and therefore might be more openly attuned to stumbling upon unplanned phenomena that are byproducts of one's algorithm. And this could spill over into how one responds to all kinds of other music and sound generally. One of Barlow's and Tenney's former students, Luke Thomas Taylor, who wrote a thesis on phenomenology of textural saturation and with whom I once collaborated, performed circuit bending, using his water-drenched hands to play a live circuit board whose sound he could influence but not control, a bit like The Sorcerer's Apprentice. He said he enjoyed sometimes just letting the sound wash over him. A similar attitude is there in Tenney's Ergoros series and the popular activity known as no-input mixing. Even these analog electronic experiences could feed back to inspire algorithmic ideas. A computer-aided composition might be variously inspired, resulting in anticipated charms, unnoticed features, and unanticipated bonuses. In spite of the relative detachment, lack of immediacy, or delay in hearing, the phenomenological feedback that guides computer-aided composition is one of its primary distinctions. Add to this the embodied experiences from other senses that have inspired algorithms. The textural blending in Crawford Seeger's Andante mapped from film mixing techniques, and her finale's resemblance to the physical processes of shifting sands of an hourglass. These also contribute to creative phenomenological, epistemological feedback loops. Consider Sariaho's Verblindungen. Barlow's algorithmic parameterization of qualities like metric clarity and harmonic clarity extend from intuitions about analog synthesizer control knobs which sometimes affect macro qualities of sound, which are implied in Stockhausen's famous analysis of densities in Debussy's Jeu. The aesthetic appeal of Morris's pitch class change benefits from intuitions about physical genetic evolution of living organisms, which we've all experienced. The bursting of charcoal helped make the otherwise foreign texture of Xenakis's concrete pH relatable, and likewise, Truax's titular and sonic allusions to water currents. Liminalities such as cats purring indirectly help computer-aided composition dissolve musical ontological barriers, such as between timbre, pitch, texture, pulse, and form. The physical experiences of Griset's textural ligatees, the physical experiences of hearing Riset and Tenney's sonic realization of the barber pole illusions may have inspired Ligatees and Griset's textural inclines. Babbitt's physically hearing his own bit pop surely conditioned his subsequent jazz-inflected rhythmic and pitch systematization. Although computer-aided composition is highly planned, many of the influences it has had on expanded music awareness overall have been fortuitous, or should I say, cybernetically serendipitous. That is the nature of its adventurous spirit. The constructive attitude the computer-aided composition entails implies neither Platonist disembodiment nor diminished receptivity, but on the contrary, an embracing of creative phenomenological epistemological feedback loops. In a recent article, Reduction in Computer Music Bodies, Temporalities, and Generative Computation, Federica Buongiorno contrasts Thomas Dolby's idealization of a synthesizer that simply realizes any sound that one imagines, with, on the contrary, that of a 1980 duo called Future, who rigorously explored the possibilities of a Roland TB-303 synthesizer without envisioning some idea or pattern in advance. In Textility in the Making, Tim Ingold puts it like this: contemporary discussions of art and technology continue to work on the assumption that making entails the imposition of form upon the material world by an agent with a design in mind. Against this hylomorphic model of creativity, I argue that forms of things arise within the fields of force of flows of material. It is by intervening in these fields of force and following the lines of flow that practitioners make things. In this view, making is a practice of weaving, in which practitioners bind their own pathways or lines of becoming into texture of material flows comprising the life world, rather than reading creativity backwards from finished objects to initial intention in the mind of the agent. This entails reading it forwards in an ongoing generative movement that is at once itinerant, improvisatory, and rhythmic. This brings to mind not only Polyaneros's practice of deep listening, but also a distinction made by philosopher Gemma Conradi Fuyamura, discussed in my 2012 article, 7 Metaphors for Music Listening. Based on ancient Greek philosophy texts, Fuyamura contrasts two facets, logos and legion. Logos is grasping, mastering, using, whereas legion is letting lie together before using. Legion is less invasive, a more receptive act. Creativity flourishes in the dance between logos and legion. Inspired by Deleuze and Guattari, Ingold contends practitioners are wanderers, wayfarers whose skill lies in their ability to find the grain of the world's becoming and follow its course while bending it to their own evolving purpose. Algorithms are modeled on our own thoughts based on our experience. Although algorithms have been called opinions expressed in code, these opinions don't arise in a vacuum, but rather are entangled in a productive feedback loop of reception and creation, legion and logos, a cycle of listening and phenomenology, occasional imaginative leaps called abduction, practical strategizing, techne, creation and listening again, not in a sterile, speculative, philosophical act, but rather in a messy, experientially grounded activity I've called cybernetic phenomenology. Part of it, as I hope my examples have shown, is about finding ways, new mappings from one kind of physical experience to another, but not only when the physical body is directly referenced. Lakoff and Johnson's empirically based theory asserts that all cognition arises through the recursive layering of bodily experience. This includes Lakoff and Nunes's demonstration in their provocative Where Mathematics Comes From, that even supposedly disembodied aspects such as mathematical thinking arise from such recursive layering of bodily experiences. Exploratory, productive, creating experiences that cultivate new knowledge, computer-aided composition is world-building and knowledge-building at the same time, exemplifying Jean Piaget's concept of a constructivist epistemology. That is generally true of computation with respect to epistemology, but the fact that computer-aided composition creates not just predictions or deductions, but rather creates what we physically experience with our ears. Yes, that what we physically experience with our ears makes its post-Platonic reach all the more palpable. Computers enable us to infuse our physical world with artificial experiences artifacts and experiences that extend what is true into realms that could not be previously contemplated, extending our biological capabilities. These exemplify Marshall McLuhan's notion of extensions of man, amplifying functions of the body, extending our central nervous system with electric technology. Not only extending it in the obvious examples called extended embodiment, but also in the rest as well. Even when computer-aided composition is not performed or observed being performed by the physical body, it is nevertheless informed by our ability to anticipate how analogies to its sound might be realized by physical actions or observed in physical phenomena. A barber pole, a nervous system, an hourglass, the turning of knobs, the pushing of sliders on a mixing board, the blending of film images, and so forth. In that algorithms are creations of human thought that are also modeled on human thought, they exemplify Valero and Matsunora's concept of audiopoiesis, the capacity of an entity to reproduce itself. Since artistic activities such as music are most literally creative, computer-aided composition is even more autopoietic than other algorithmic activities. Yet it is highly mediated audiopoiesis. It's mediated by the obligatory translation of its strategies into code. This mediation draws back the curtain of naivete that often shrouds other music creative practices. And in that respect, it is a particularly gratifying subject to admire and study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua Bex-Mailman, for this rich presentation. We have time for one question. Yeah.
Or anything you want me to go back to, I can
Yeah.
willing to do that.
I have one just curiosity, because I think that maybe also the public is curious to know how you do this visualization and this analysis, because you are also an analyst. And I think that my questions go a bit further. And I just wanted to ask you if this process of analysis and visualization of the pieces you have analyzed along these years have permitted to you also to reconstruct the creative process, and maybe also to redo the pieces or do make newer versions of the pieces.
Yeah.
Sort of a deconstruction of the creative process through the visualization process.
That's a great observation. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very motivated by that actual activity, and actually I think like this slide with the cybernetic phenomenology, that's kind of about, that's a kind of summary of that aspect for me. So a good example is the textural inclines of pitch. It's things where you see all these bubbles coming down. I actually, that came later than a sonic version of that. Basically, I was thinking about this discretized barber pole illusion that I hear, in Ligoti's music since, well, it's mostly in the 80s and 90s, but he did have it in Melodian. And I thought to myself, what's really interesting is when it's not just static, but when it's actually shifting. And can I make an algorithm that controls that, where I can, with my body, affect whether the textural incline is up or down, so that you can gradually adjust it in almost like an imperceptible way. I mean, not that it's imperceptible, but that it's imperceptible when exactly it shifts from up to down. And so, yes, I developed an algorithm for that. And I first demonstrated it, I think, in like 2010 in a paper on Ligeti. And so the point there was to take a feature of Ligoti's music and like give another angle on it that is isn't really historical, because I'm doing something that is like my own idea and that's inspired by that. So I think that's pretty important to me. Yeah, So.
Okay,
yeah.
so I have a sign from the end of the room that there is the coffee break is ready to, and they are expecting us. So thank you, Joshua. Bye.
Sure.
Okay, so let's meet again here at 12:05, 12:10, more or less, 12:05.
Thanks.
I like this idea of embodying the technology as this subversion of idea.
I was expecting just that from you. So.
Did I do it? You accepted? Okay.
Thanks.
Oh.
Thanks. So, yeah, we need to digest everything.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there will be process from the public.
It's hard to, after that much, it's hard, I guess, to sometimes come up and have a question ready.
But it was perfect for the morning, for launching ideas.
It was very, yeah, well, when I thought of it, I was like, oh my,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It's all good. I enjoyed preparing it and everything. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks a lot for the talk.
Yes.
That was fascinating, really.
Are you next?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but mine will be like in a totally different mood. Totally
Yes.
different setting. Totally, everything will be different, I think. Yeah. So,
Yes, we're all doing that. Okay.
just gonna take
I can send you my paper and slides.
Yeah, we will discuss also about
Oh, okay. It would be good to have a way for people to hear excerpts. That's always a tricky thing with publications.
Routledge does that. They also put together a small website.
Oh,
Yeah, we did that with Friedman Salis and the book on music.
is this my water?
yeah, I think so. Of course, he's putting on the other one that mine doesn't come up. Do you think so? Oh, there he is. That's good. Yeah. But that's okay. So, I will just.
I think you
Oh my God, this is so interesting. Thank you.
No, please do.
No, but mine is like a little bit on, but that's what we talked about.
That's what we needed to do because it's so unique, not European Western Center, this discussion. And it's necessary to show people that.
Do you know if there are any
They weren't there full time. Campfire, yes, I think it was there. So maybe he remembers his faces. That would be interesting too. Let's go who was there.
It's not made up. Like you said.
But anyway,
We just have to get things out now. I think that's fine.
yeah.
Let's go have some coffee. Oh, should we just check the
Set the preferences.
Yeah, I
You've
did that.
already done.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, but I can't find the mouse, which is really weird. Okay, but I can't. Oh, there it is. No, but he's not. Maybe he turned off the sound. Do you know how to do that?
think I'm joking when I tell you. Yes, I can tell you, I've got the blues. I really know the things I do. Yes, let me tell you that I've got the blues. I want to tell all your working men, you should go home a little before time, then you'll catch your woman getting down wrong.
Non mi arriva di là per mandarlo su Zoom. Non arriva? Non arriva per mandarlo fuori su Zoom.
Perché è via Zoom?
Mandiamo sia Zoom che streaming, per cui non riesco a prendere l'uscita nuova. Vediamo pomeriggio se riesco a fare qualcosa. Ma
Se posso aiutare perché
da un'occhiata.
Un po' di pratica di queste cose. Per cui... Però dove arriva? Arriva dietro e poi da dove lo manda?
Io mando, faccio
E come entra?
In accademia anni. Perché io il computer da qua mi esce, arriviamo con i cavi che dentro il mio mixer, però non capisco perché non mi esce dal mixer.
Cavi per l'altoparlante.
Questi sono i cavi
Dei computer.
Sì.
E sono le due intrati, stereo in.
Proviamo l'ultima volta e dopo con calma provo pomeriggio.
Perché per noi, diciamo nel pomeriggio che siamo più compositori, diciamo la qualità del suono è importante. Più che per... Hello. Did you have a nice night?
Well, you know, I couldn't figure out how to turn on the page. So it was so cool. So I ended up taking
Oh my.
So, but then I fell asleep. But now I figured out I was supposed to send them.
Push the air conditioning, yeah.
But you know, from the Nordic
You have to
countries.
speak Italian fluently and then you don't...
And also, when you come into
No. Actually, yes. I was never so hot as when we went to the Scandinavian countries.
But like this,
In the winter.
Yeah, and in the hallway we would never, but I mean, it's better just to cool things down.
Yeah.
Muti?
Not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. Oh, 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 oh. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love, I'll not pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know it's in God's will. Whoa, don't you worry, I'll be there for whenever you want me. I need somebody that can love me and my word.
Everyone, Maurizio. We are, no. Ok, adesso funziona. Sì, sì. Grazie. Grazie. Okay, please take your seats. We are ready to start the last session of the morning. And I'm very pleased to welcome, and I hope the pronunciation is correct, Sene Krochgrot, almost. I'm sorry. From Lund University, and the title of her presentation is Transpositional Histories of Electronic Music Perspectives from the Global South. And I'd like to add a few words, if you allow me. And we wanted to, with this presentation, when we invited Sene, to give a more broader perspective, not only Western-centered, but more inclusive. So this is the reason why she is talking about what she will be presenting, and I hope that you will appreciate this.
Thank you so much, Laura and Giacomo, for the invitation. And thank you for letting me present my research here. I'm definitely not in the center of this topic, more on the outskirts. but I think it still could give some perspectives to what we're talking about today. And I'm just going to say, I really enjoyed the first two presentations and already learned a lot from you. Thank you so much. So I'm a music historian, and 8 years ago I published a book which is a historical study on the electronic music studio EMS in Stockholm, Sweden, and it was within the time frame 1964 to 79. I believe that this work was the reason maybe for the invitation to the seminar. I know Laura knows this work. It's about the building of one of the first hybrid studios, and it concerns the cumbersome and costful way to the establishment of the studio. In order to use the studio, the composers had to decide upon which aesthetics to follow. Meanwhile, they also had to develop their own software. Many conflicts followed, as you might can imagine. The early computer music works in the Swedish EMS studio that followed up in the 80s really could have been a great topic for this seminar today. And the documentation around the EMS studio is really rich, and since my initial studies, it has even been archived in the public music library. The pieces produced are registered in a database. But as my research since then has taken a new path, I suggested Laura and Giacomo to do something related to my current topic of research, and luckily they actually accepted. So my current research project is named Java Futurism, Chronotopes of Sound Activism in Indonesia, and is conducted with an anthropologist called Niels Boeband. It concerns contemporary Indonesian experimental music and noise music, how it is performed in the broadest sense, the context in which it's conceived, and how it appears when performed in Europe and Indonesia, respectively. A central part of this work is field work, and we do this both at venues in Europe, for example at the CTM, and online, and of course also in Yogyakarta mainly. Two central questions in this research are: what is the historical self-understanding among the artists? How do they reflect the past and present myths and colonial traces and dynamics in their culture and artistic expressions? And how can we develop a method for music research with roots in historical musicology and anthropology that seeks to unsettle the universalist tendencies of much aesthetic theory? And to do this with a touch of anthropology, but also to ask anthropologists to pay more attention to the artistic expression. The first question was developed in line with the term Java Futurism, coined by the Indonesian artist and DIY instrument builder Lintang Raditya. He became familiar with the term of Afrofuturism when visiting the media exhibition and festival Transmediale in Berlin, and thought that a similar terminology could be of relevance in Java. In our project, Java Futurism, Java points towards Java as a construct, an idea that was first shaped by the Dutch when colonizing the islands and later strengthened during the New Order regime with domestic colonization. Java is not a place, but it's an imaginary that over the past has served various political agendas. In his book on the subject of Java, the anthropologist Pemberton finds evidence for this by visiting archives and by showing how the culture over the years have been formed in favor of the reigning governments. The artists we work together with, such as Lintang, are aware of this, and in order to find their own stand and imaginaries for a future, they address this in various ways. And on the photo here, you see Lintang with a reinterpretation of one of the Javanese puppets into a hip-hopper with a small synthesizer attached. And he has performed with this actually at the CTM. Another approach is the band Zoo, who actually comes up with an imaginary past, language and culture, explicitly to give space to imagining a future that could be independent from colonization and newer multinational companies. Recently, Ruli Shabara, who's out on the right of the photo, the singer and I think the conceptualizer of the band, is not surprisingly experimenting with AI softwares, which he shares on his Instagram page. So just as Java is a construct, so is Indonesia as a nation a contested unity. its many local languages and indigenous cultures has made it challenging for leaders to establish and to keep the country together as one national unity. Why various cultures on a national level often are simplistic represented, with Java as the advanced and powerful center of it all. So this was my introduction and my interest in Indonesia. And now we come to today's topic. So with this interest in Indonesian electronic music, the compilation release called Otsusidata, 4 Indonesian pieces, released by Sub Rosa. And there is actually a lot more tracks on Spotify if you listen to the album there. So this album has brought my attention and raised some additional questions. How can one be a pioneer in a country where the roots are constantly negotiated between colonial and national political interests? What kind of documentation is behind this album? What does the role of colonism play? And how are the parallel histories of technology, politics, and aesthetics between North and South negotiated here? The questions are of general relevance not only to the history writing of Siddhartha, but also to my attempt of writing him into the topic of today of computer-assisted composition. And how I will do this, I will return to later. So having a look at Siddhartha's CV and of the years of the compositions of the album, I assumed his work would fit perfectly for this seminar. But I guess this task was not as easy as I first thought. Digging into it, though, did reveal interesting aspects to the history and practices of early computer music that I think we should not leave out, even though the material does not directly correspond to the frame of the symposium. Realizing this, Laura and Giacomo thankfully still agreed to my proposal. And again, I'm just happy that you still let me be here. So the presentation focuses on the story of Otsusidata. It will be heavy on the biographical side with many historical details, which finally will be wrapped up in my conclusion and related to the history or to the computer-assisted composition. Besides from the Sub Rosa album and additionally not yet released music files, my presentation is mainly based on interviews with Siddhartha, one in Jakarta, one online, and then we have been exchanging questions back and forth on WhatsApp. Otsusidata was born in 1955. He grew up in Bandung, the capital of West Java, in a colonial house made by the Dutch. His father was the director of a main hospital. He loved to listen to classical music, well, to some classical music, Siddhartha told us. But they also had a gamelan at home where relatives came to rehearse every Sunday. From Siddhartha was 8 years old, he started to play the gamelan at home. The gamelan was in the pandoppel in the backyard. And we learned that there were actually only 2 or 3 full gamelans in the city of Bandung at this time, so it really must have been something special to have one at your house. When Siddhartha was 12 years old in 1967, his father gave him a transistor radio, which was fancy at the time, so that he could listen in his bed and not in the living room. In line with many other composers of electronic music, Siddhartha became fascinated with listening to the noisy frequencies in the radio, here caused by the poor quality of the transmitter. He even recorded it and used it as background sounds in his school performance. Besides from this, he did not share this fascination with many. The others in his family thought of this as strange songs, so he could only listen after midnight when the house was silent. In 1976, Siddhartha started studies at the Department of Fine Arts at the Jakarta Arts Institute, but it was not until 78 at a workshop at the Department of Music with Slamet Zukur that he realized that the noise that he was so fascinated with could also be considered music. So, Slamet Zukur is said to be the father of contemporary music, or musique contemporaire, in Indonesia, and is hence a significant character in Indonesian music history. In 1962, Zukur went to Paris to study music with both Messiaen and Pierre Schaeffer, among others, and did not return to Indonesia until 1976. In the meantime, Indonesia had suffered from the genocide, where thousands were killed or arrested. If any association with the Communist Party of Indonesia, the PKI, was suspected. As a consequence of this, many artists, composers, musicians, and writers were either killed, imprisoned, or had left Indonesia. The country Syukur returned to was a country where there, in difference to many other Southeast Asian countries, were no practice of Western art music, and therefore no significant musical avant-garde either. Before Syukur left Indonesia, he had found inspiration in the Indonesian composer Pasaribu's music in the 1950s. After Indonesia gained independence in 1945, Pasaribu, among others, belonged to a group of modern Indonesian composers who were eager to modernize Indonesia in a European sense. Pasaribu argued for listening with intelligence and argued against too much reliance on feeling or intuition. It was a listening in favor of Western music aesthetics, rejecting traditional music. And in an essay from 52 like-minded colleagues, Dunga and Marc, writes this, and this is a long quote, I'm sorry about that. We have studied how to think quickly and how to feel no fear, as is demanded by our situation and world nowadays, which is full of dynamism, turbulence, conflict, etc. We are familiar with the problems of life and their solutions, familiar with technical progress, scientific knowledge, etc. In music, this spirit is no longer accommodated by any kind of native music, from Javanese gamelan to that of Sumatra or other islands. This spirit demands music that can portray the turbulence of the soul, the contrasts of life and thought, feelings of ecstasy. Not only relaxation, entertainment, while chatting and snacking on fried peanuts, as is coming with our native music. If Jaap Koens says that most of our music has a magic or religious character that is loved and praised, we say we are no longer fond of primitive magical music, and that our religious feelings have also changed. And this is quoted from Christopher Miller's great dissertation on contemporary music in Indonesia. Many conflicts arose between Pasaribu and composers and institutions that were in favor of either more popular music genres such as keroncong, or of traditional Indonesian music. When associated to communism, Pasaribu had he fled from Indonesia in 1968, and this was also the time when the transition into Suharto's new order regime happened. The same eagerness for modernization was found among radio amateurs only a decade earlier, in the late colonial time, where the establishment in 1937 of the autonomous radio station Eastern Radio, which was directed towards the natives, were launched in parallel with the existing Dutch radio. In an editorial in a prominent Indonesian national journal, it is expressed this way. We know that for the Indonesian people, it is impossible to find work in the cities, especially in the administration. To improve the fate of our people, we suggest the establishment of a sort of depression institute. Let us gather, for instance, in a radio course. Let us all become radio mechanics. And then they continue about how this could be designed within high school programs. In line with Europe, especially in the 1950s, we find a strong sense of modernistic optimism based in both in a trust of technology and in that of the Indonesian people. But with the genocide and turmoils in the 1960s leading to the new order regime, such modernism fainted, and no strong institutions, or, with relevance to my case, musical authorities favoring Western classical music were established or continued. The radio, as we learned from the story of Siddhartha, was also one that was noisy due to the poor transmitters. It was this situation very briefly put, that Sukur, the teacher of Siddhartha, came back to in 1976. So instead of trying to build up on the little modern that was left, Sukur instead worked with aesthetic and pedagogics that were inspired by European avant-garde, but transposed into an Indonesian context. Skills and historical knowledge were not of much importance, so he opened his classroom to students that were neither trained as musicians or composers, and this was in favor to Siddhartha. He encouraged the student to work with what was there, things, music, or sounds, and was more interested in how they learned than in what they learned. He leaned towards experimentalism in a Western avant-garde sense, but he also, as within his own art from the 1970s, encouraged to nativism. He also coined the term musique contemporaire, which emerged as a distinct field by the end of the 70s at the Young Composers Week. So, this was also the environment that Siddhartha meets when he started music classes with Sukur in 1978. And it seemed that he quickly became very, very dedicated. In 1979, he established Indonesia's first studio in the regime of university. Siddhartha told us this way: I was a poor student, so I occupied a room to live in with Tonu Prabowo. And we set up old equipment in the classroom. Of course, it was reported, and someday security came with the rector and said, "What is this?" "This is a studio," we said. And he said, "Well, then I can't make you go away." The rector was obviously happy for the studio, and hereby the first informal Indonesian electroacoustic music studio was established. The studio consisted of a tape recorder, a cassette recorder, an amplifier, and a mono speaker. This was in 1979, where in parallel, as an example, the EMS studio had just opened their hybrid studio, where a computer controlled the newly and extreme precise sound generators. But this was the first studio in Indonesia, and I just wanted it, Siddhartha told us. Siddhartha only has one tape left from these days, but unfortunately it is molded, he said to us. And this missing documentation will now become a new trace in my talk. In 1979, Siddhartha also had his first piece of electronic music named Kemulut, meaning crisis, performed. And this was at the Young Composers Festival at the Jakarta Arts Center. Here, Siddhartha had installed 2 microphones in the restroom behind the stage to catch the sound of dripping tap water. The sound would be mixed live and distorted on stage in a 45-minute long improvisation. The inspiration came from listening to electronic pieces by Stockhausen and Takemitsu, introduced to him from Sukur. It was also during these years that Siddhartha got a grant to spend a month in Kalimantan to do field recordings, and he actually ended up staying for 3 months there. These field recordings were later edited into pieces that are found on the release I showed before. And I think we should just hear a little bit of it. Let's see. progresses, the editing and like the modulate, I don't know how to say it, but anyways, it will be more and more heavily and more produced or more cut up and more composed, you could say that. So Siddhartha played these compositions or recordings. He speaks about these compositions both as compositions, as field recordings, and I would say they are somewhere in between. So he played these to the Dutch composer Ton Deleuve, who was visiting at Shukur's workshop in the beginning of the 80s. Deleuve found the composition and the sound so interesting that he, among all the students present, picked Siddhartha to come to the Netherlands to do his master's studies with them. Siddhartha accepted this opportunity and ended up staying there for 8 years. During this time, his parents finally recognized his ambitions within electronic music, as they finally could see that he meant it seriously. And this was because he was in Holland. And from today's perspective, this could seem as a bit of a paradox, as Holland had been the colonizer for centuries. In Europe, Siddhartha first studied and later worked as research assistant at the Zweelink Conservatory. He mainly worked in the analog studio, but also from 1984 with the software that came with the Macintosh computer they provided him with. In his compositions, he used, I quote, some sort of granular synthesis. And he thought the software in the computer made his composition processes easier. This also was the case when he started working with Max MSP around 86 or 87. The computer software helped him being able to work more intuitively with his music. This intuitive approach, or Musik Elektroakustik yang Intuisi, as he calls it, is one that has followed Siddhartha from the very beginning, and one he also recently has developed into a PhD thesis in solo, which was handed in 2016. Max is good because of its interactivity, not only with human, but also with the tree, the water, lights, electromagnetic situations. And because in traditional music in Indonesia, most of the music is interactive. It has a pattern, but it is dependent on the response of the audience. The practice of Musik Elektroakustik yang Intuisi could be that Siddhartha would sit in the concert hall for up to 4 hours before the performance starts. He might then play a small snippet of the music, but that's not really the point. The intention is to sense the space. If you watch the gamelan player before they play, they don't talk. They just sit there, smoke cigarettes and drink coffee. They're trying to absorb the environment, and they know how to adjust the dynamic and to adjust to the room. I do the same. I sit in the hall for 4 hours before the concert. I may play a short sound before the concert. I do not make any decision before. I just sit there. It's more like meditation. Most of the time when I compose, it's like praying, but not within a specific ritual or religion. It's kind of a transcendental connection. Also, when I perform, I'm kind of meditating. During our interviews, Siddhartha often refers to traditional Indonesian phenomena, not only to gamelan, but also to the notion of rasa, the feeling of music, or by comparing himself to a dalang, the puppeteer in the Wayang theater. With these terms, it has also become natural for us to let the conversation touch upon spirits that in the tradition of Kejawen always are present when performing the traditional arts. Siddhartha do not go along with us this way, though. It's all in the mind, he said, and assured that he can eat light bulbs without being in trance, and that he often volunteered to visit the houses his friends would think would be haunted. This I mention as something specific, as the skepticism is more an exception than a rule when it comes to Javanese population in general. Here the potentialities of spiritual trance is very much discussed. So, Siddhartha is clearly a secular modernist, especially when it comes to spirits, religion, and belief. And so was Pasaribu in his eagerness to modernize music in the 1950s according to Western art music. Where they differ is in the practices. The ones that Siddhartha uses are traditionally inhabited by spirits, and the sounds of the animal and of the traditional instruments he records in the villages across Indonesia are also Indonesian in almost an iconic way. Siddhartha uses technology to capture these traditions and sounds of Indonesia, though without the spiritual dimension or with a longing for tradition. A writer on Siddhartha's music even said that his music sounded like gamelan, which came as a surprise to Siddhartha himself. This was a thought Siddhartha did not come up with, even though he could agree that he's moving closer to traditional Indonesian music, not as much in compositional matter as in practical matter. Several times during our conversation, I asked specifically into his composition practice and figured out that besides from using the Macintosh software, he at least had also used Max combined with a Roland synthesizer module in the pieces Mizuno Hibiki, which is for violin and computer from '92, and in Topeng Monyet from '93, which he did not use a live performer, and then I quote, except for myself on the laptop to change the parameters intuitively. And this is from a WhatsApp message. His piece, both pieces were performed in Japan. I think we should hear a snippet from Topeng Monyet. I will not provide you with beautiful analysis as we've just seen from the previous presenters, but I think we should still hear it. Topeng Monyet means monkey mask, and Siddhartha told me in Indonesia there was a street circus using a monkey, and the music is repetitive like that. The piece is around 12 minutes long, and you could already hear that from the beginning. It's gradually developing into a more and more complex structure, but still quite simple in the expression. Yes. So this was a bit noisy, the recording here. We heard it was definitely not high quality, and this will now lead me into the terms of documentation and the considerations he has on this. When it comes to documentations, There are no program notes to the pieces. As Siddhartha thinks, these always end up by representing something different than the piece. That there are audio recordings of the pieces is more or less by chance. I have a weird habit, he says, as I do not record my music. Sub Rosa collected my music for the album through other people. Some was from the studio in the Netherlands. In Indonesia, they found some works in the Jakarta Arts Center, where I worked for 10 years as curator. When I performed here, they recorded it. Me, I work like a dalang. They perform, and when it's finished, it's finished. I don't feel comfortable about the Sub Rosa album. Now people listen to my bad music. In the performances, I was using 4 loudspeakers, and now people listen on YouTube. It's not the same. As I knew I should present the music here, and to be honest, that Laura explicitly has asked me to request for drafts, writings, or prints, I also several times in our conversations and chats asked into written documentation. And just gonna look at the time. Well, I think we're good. So I think we will hear this. This is now, I asked him into this, and I will play a snippet from an interview we have with him in Jakarta.
It's more, well, just recently after Sub Rosa collected, I think, it's also kind of a proof that I'm working.
Yes.
I was working, so I start to keep it now.
Yes.
Although it's not so seriously. But one of thing that makes me never keep my music, it started when I was in Holland. My room is just next to the Concertgebouw. And they are restoring the building. And of course my scores are there on my table because my table is just next to the window. And one day there was a very big wind. Some piece of wood struck my window and the glass is broken. And of course the water from the rain full coming to my table. It's thick because I was come back at night. It's already thick. I cannot.
Oh no!
So I am having kind of the, I don't know, is that trauma or is that just at this point? I don't keep my music.
Oh, from that. Oh.
And when this was early, this was in 84?
This was in about 86.
He says it's a trauma that he does not keep the scores and that he does not document. He does not keep his maxim, his P patches. He doesn't keep anything. He also says when he came back from the Netherlands, his computer was stolen. And third, he had to do a performance in Japan. And when he came to present his piece, the hard disk was broken and he had to produce a new piece within 3 days. So, and these incidents actually made him not be aware, or he did not want to document. That was his conclusion from these incidents. So even though Siddhartha is not superstitious, one cannot help thinking that the reason for not having an archive is somehow embedded in a belief that it would not matter, that the material for some reason would disappear anyway. He says it's based on a trauma, but the logic is the same as was it led by a superstition, or as if it is spirits who do not let him keep the material. No matter what, a fact is that I've not been able to find any written documentation of the music. Maybe if digging long and deep, I might find 1 or 2 documents, but I'm not sure this anyway would make justice to the working processes of Siddhartha. To him, the music is made by intuition, and it exists in the present in specific time and places. So another trace that I wanted to follow, especially also for this seminar, is that in an online biography, it says that he studied at IRCAM. So this was in 87, and before my conclusion, I just want briefly to touch upon this. I thought that Siddhartha had taken courses there or even produced a piece there. But when asking into it, it turned out that he had only been on a tour of the studio. I asked him how it was to be there, and he gave me this answer.
And of course, it's for me, it seems that almost impossible to really work and doing something there. Not only because of the schedule, but also the interaction with the people there. It's not so easy for me to get really connected with them.
And was that because of language or culture or aesthetics, or what do you think?
I think none of them are really a problem. Not language, not culture, but more like the trust. I think when I was there, I'm the only dark skin color there.
And you didn't feel that they trusted you?
Well, I have a feeling of that. Even when I try out some instrument there, always someone watching me very carefully.
Okay, yeah. And was that a general feeling you had at the time in Europe? Were you the only?
No, in Holland, I don't have that kind of feeling. I'm more or less free in Holland.
Okay. And so, but there you were, so there you felt more, but you were still the only one, how to say, non-white person in Holland too, or were there more Indonesians or from other?
There is one other Indonesian, but already living in Holland.
Okay.
Even the citizenship was Dutch, but she was the Indonesian descendant.
Mm. So do you think that maybe the Dutch colonial relationship to Indonesia made it easier for you to be in Holland?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I feel that I am more accepted.
Yeah. So this is why Siddhartha's name did not turn up when searching in IRCAM's database. Finally, at the conclusions. In a broader perspective, my story of Otto Siddhartha is an attempt to bring post-colonial studies to the fields of electroacoustic music and computer music studies. Siddhartha's career and life are in all means shaped by colonialism, from his childhood in the Dutch colonial house with the noisy radio transmitter to the lack of access to advanced technologies in Europe and Indonesia. And it should be treated as such, as a colonial history. Such approach to history opens towards a methodological awareness of the archive, in the words of Anne Stoler, not as sites of knowledge retrieval, but of knowledge production, as monuments of state as well as sites of state ethnography. The archive should be approached with ethnographic sensibility rather than an extractive gesture. Otto Siddhartha is what anthropologists call a colonial subject, as he has been shaped as composer under highly Western aesthetic and political influence and power structures. Even though we are speaking of post-colonial time, that Indonesia officially was independent from the Dutch in 1945, we several times also see the dependence and attachment Siddhartha still has to the Netherlands. This does not mean that there were no resistance in him. He would, as an example, not speak Dutch while being in the Netherlands, even though he could. Another more implicit example is that he insists on using technology to explore the sounds of Indonesia in ways that make sense to him and to the context and tradition he grew up with. My historical narration of Siddhartha did not bring forth archival extracts and documents of evidence or enlightening of computer-assisted compositions. So does this mean that Siddhartha did not do computer-assisted composition? Well, maybe, and for good reasons, he did not in the strict sense defined in the context of IRCAM. We did learn through oral history that he worked with the computers in the era of early computer music, and we have also learned that he found the computer useful and stimulating to his method of intuitive composition and in bringing in interaction to the musical situation. This is, I believe, computer-assisted compositions, and I also believe that it is of relevance and that it brings nuances to the era of early computer music studies and should not be left out. Siddhartha's story is an example of a character in music history that could easily either fall out in the oblivion or be misinterpreted. Take the notion of the pioneer as he's being described in the booklet to the album. In a former colony, a pioneer cannot be the same as in the West. Siddhartha is a pioneer in the sense that he was the one who did the first electronic music studio. But he's also a pioneer. But is he also a pioneer to the young Indonesian electronic music composers of today? To some, yes, but to others, no. To the two artists I introduced in the beginning of my talk, I would say no, as Siddhartha's engagement with Dutch and Indonesian art and university institutions places him in a context that, among many musicians today, is being negotiated or even neglected. As I presented the unstable politics and technologies of Indonesia, they add a layer to a linear narrative of history. Instead, here history consists of fragmented situations that only make sense if the specific context is given. The lines of causal developments of music are multiple and broken, and the concepts that travel between North and South are constantly transposed into something new. Western art music, technology, modernism, and pioneers are concepts that do not easily travel without transposing into something new. The same is at stake, I would argue, when it comes to computer-assisted composition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sene. We have time for questions. Please. Joshua.
Thanks for that. I had noticed that the description of his view on not keeping records of things, or how he came to that, it seems, and also his ideas about responding to the situation seem very like Buddhist to me, and it reminds me of John Cage and like embracing or acceptance of non-permanence. So that's interesting in connection with ritual. And I was thinking as you were talking that with the description of the performance, going into the room and sitting there for 4 hours and drinking coffee, it's very ritualistic. And the explanation of why to do it was actually to respond to the moment. So I thought that was very interesting parallel to interaction with computers, because there's a lot of preparation that goes into developing, software and algorithms. And then on the other hand, especially with the Max MSP, that's all done. That like preparatory planning work is done. And then there's a situation where you can be interactive and respond only to the moment. So I thought there was an interesting parallel there that I just wanted to get your reaction to.
Thanks. That's okay. Just please just come with comments and help me with this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Marco Stroppa.
Yes, thank you, Laura. I have a question regarding the composers who come from, let's say, non-Western cultures, but whose country has a strong local culture. Indonesia is one of them. There are many other countries that are like that. When they get into the, in quotes, Western world to a certain extent, and computer music is one part of it, how do they relate to that? How do they relate? Do they refuse their own, traditional culture? Do they find a way to get used to it? How do they, because I remember once to our University of Music in Stuttgart, there was a composer from Singapore who came to give a lecture, Chung Shi Ho, I don't know if I pronounce it well. And he talked, I mean, he was writing more or less Western music, but he approached music in a completely different way than we would have done. For example, music for him is not a sonic art, but a physical experience. And you need to embrace a larger world. Make music is too narrow. And he made a lot of say, remarks about the Eastern idea of commenting, interpreting, telling, relating about something, rather than the Western idea, according to him, of creating, doing, composing something new. And I wonder how, when you talked with Indonesian composers, how they relate to that, in which level they are, how they are behaving like that, or is the soft power of Western music still very strong for them? And if it is not strong, how did they find a solution to that?
So I will both answer to the historical, in a historical perspective, and also to the contemporary artists we work with. So historically, that's why I brought forth the Pasaribu, the quote, the long quote about the early modernism, where it was a fully acceptance of Western Europe, maybe even more logical and more stringent that you would find in any Western interpretation of this. So that was the ego for modernism, and there was a clear link from Siddhartha to that school, even though there were 30 years between them. So Siddhartha does work with Western European aesthetics, traditions, but as you also said, in his own way. And I have not sensed that there is a resistance in his music. He has not explicitly said that to us, but maybe one can interpret that from it. The artists today that we work with, they are all non-institutional. They do not want to study at the universities. They do not want to engage with the politics, the governments of Indonesia because of corruption. So they really work on independently. And they sure do think it is resistance when they put in Javanese or Indonesian traces in their music. They do say it is a way of trying to do anti or decolonialize music through the sounds and bringing them in. So they, even though the aesthetics from without the narration could be similar and remind of, or you can find similar traces, there is a strong difference in the way they speak about the music. And they definitely are very much aware of the power relations between Indonesia and Western Europe.
I have a question, if I may. I was wondering if musicological analysis would be the only way to deconstruct his compositional process. In front of the fact that he doesn't have any documentation at all. So perhaps musicological analysis would be the mean to go deeper inside his music, deconstructing rhythmic patterns, for example, or what patch, Max MSP patch, he could have used. On the other hand, I was wondering, from his part, maybe this would be another attempt to colonize from the traditional Western musicological approach, because analysis, after all, is a Western approach. So did you discuss about that?
Yes,
too?
and that's one of the things I'm discussing with myself. If I should now go to Martin Super and ask him, can you help me listen through this piece and help me excavate it? Or should we leave it as it is? Should we leave the silence there? And because a part of our project now, I'm hanging out with an anthropologist quite a lot, and I'm sure you can hear that in my talk. So a part is to try not to push the Indonesian music into the structures of Western European tradition. And that, then it would be, if I did a musical analysis, it's really tempting to do that. But I think And that's why I left the word so much to Siddhartha. I put all these quotes up. You even heard his voice. You even heard the situations we were talking to him. That I think it's important just to leave the word to the composers and from there extract a way of analyzing and see. But I'm not there yet. But if you speak to me in 3 years' time, maybe I will have a better answer to this.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. I'd like to follow up to what Marcus said, but perhaps you already gave the answer. I'm not sure about it. We are sitting here also to talk about methods, because we are researcher, okay? So I'm really curious, how do you do, when you're talking with people like Otto, Siddhartha, how do you do it? How do you achieve letting him his very special form of thinking and having in mind your own socialization? So are there moments where you like to confront him with our words, with your words? Or are you just letting, like a ground theory interview making, let him speak, and you just making paraphrases of what he's telling? So what is your method to get this point, to get this tension between two worlds?
Yeah, this is a good question, and that's what, so we have, one of the key issues in our project is called aesthetic anthropological method. And that's exactly the tension that we try to put forward. So the anthropologist would always let the collaborator speak and provide us with the knowledge and withdraw some kind of analysis or theories from what they say. So the term of Java futurism that we call, that's an emic term. It was presented to us from Lintang, and now we are developing that into the context of our work. So in the case of Siddhartha, I'm not sure that I'm not there yet and understand his cosmos or ontology to start the discussion. But with the contemporary composers that we work with, we know them that well now. We've been hanging out with them, or the younger composers, not the younger ones, so we can start pushing back and forth. But you know, my anthropologist partner, when I start arguing like I do with Western European composers, like saying, this is not a good, he's like, you can't do that. You're not allowed to go into like this kind of discussion. And then I say, we come from a tradition where criticism is quite a big thing of our practicalities, and that's embedded in our method. And so the question is really good, Elena, I'm just gonna say, but I don't really have the answer yet. But it's definitely a tension that we use in our work.
Okay, so very well. Thank you, Sana. So now we are ready for the lunch break, which will start now, and everyone, guests are invited to join us to the cafeteria, which is, you have to go to exit the Fondazione, go around the corner, leave the church on the right, and then go straight towards the residence. And so we can meet again at 3 o'clock. So be here. See you in a couple of hours. Thank you.
I will walk with you. I couldn't get already because, you know, my head is...
As I expected,
okay.
So many questions which are necessary for our tradition.
Thank you. I'm so happy because I was afraid that it would just be too off, you know, if it would be all so, but thanks, yeah. And it made me think a lot.
Mario, what do you think of the first session? Our host.
The kind of topics with my ethnomusicological colleagues. One is also one is because there is an ethnomusicological basically agree about and also what they criticize towards us, historian, is you are so concentrated on the object that you lose on making the objects. I accept that. And I see in our archives, source certificates that we have. But the other hand, my impression is
Io conto sul già, adesso vediamo il suono, insomma il pero di sì. Ok, o da una parte o dall'altra lo facciamo. Grazie, grazie.
And that's what they are bringing. Who cares about the archives? What I do it in the moment. This is suddenly okay, and it was a provocation.
Nel tuo cervello, il boom, idratazione. .com. Ehi, esci da lì! Che ne dici di fare questo ristorante giapponese che ho scoperto con The Fork? Oh, guarda, dobbiamo provare. Cose che accadono solo là fuori.
Generally, so can you really escape your,
No.
No matter what you are occidental, that's what I'm saying.
I was just like, oh, how was it now with the but so we did the US together, and we speak of speaking of different that's just like and we ended up because when we go I prioritize the function. That's where I think while but I haven't, and that's where I think it would be wrong to Western Europe.
There should be another possibility.
But I don't know how to do that yet. But thanks for coming. Yes, thank you.
looking at the sky.
E poi probabilmente lui si metterà a mix, visto che lo conosce bene, sa come lui è un professore molto bravo. Lascio a lui, diciamo, se ha fatto così.
Never got the chance to say your last goodbye. I gotta move on, but it hurts to try. How do I love? How do I love again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than I put the record on, wait till I hear a song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. How do I love? How do I love again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear a song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Yeah, every night I'm dancing with your ghost.
Ma non eri tu quella che non voleva più farsi male, no, no. Ma non eri tu quella che non voleva più farmi male, no, no. Ma non eri tu quella che non voleva più starci male, no, no.
fantastica Kamiaka!
Ciao! Ciao a tutti, ciao a tutte.
Picture perfect memories scattered all around the floor. Reaching for the phone cause I can't fight it anymore. And I wonder if I ever cross your mind.
Sì.
For me it happens all the time. It's 1:15. I'm all alone and I need you now. Said I wouldn't call and lost all control and I need you now. And I don't know how I can do without. I just need you now.
Another shot of whiskey, can't stop looking at the door. Wishing you come sweeping in the way you did before.
And I wonder if I ever cross your mind.
For me it happens all the time.
It's 1:15. I'm a little drunk and I need you now. Said I wouldn't call but I lost all control and I need you now. And I don't know how I can do without. I just need you now. Guess I'd rather hurt than feel nothing at all. It's 1:15. I'm all alone and I need you now.
And I said I wouldn't call, but I'm a little drunk and I need you now.
And I don't know how I can do without. I just need you now. I just need you now. Baby, I need you now.
Sì, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Amici, tutti sti discorsoni me stanno a far salire la scimmia. Restiamo umani. Stappiamo insieme un bel crodino, che ogni giorno è buono per un brindisi bestiale.
Crodino, analcolico originale per un aperitivo bestiale.
Sì.
You with the sad eyes. Don't be discouraged, though I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all, and the darkness inside you makes you feel so small. But I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. Show me a smile and don't be unhappy. Can't remember when I saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, you call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. And I'll see your true colors shining through. I'll see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors are beautiful.
Sul 5. E
Not trying to be in there, not trying to be cool, just trying to be in this. Well, tell me, are you too?
Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, I wanna feel you too. I wanna see the sunrise on your sins, just me and you.
Light it up on the run. Let's make love tonight.
Filippo, con l'app foto di Windows 11 hai un editor video integrato semplicissimo da utilizzare.
Ah, utilissima, soprattutto a Natale.
Make it up, fall in love, try. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here.
We were short like a jacket, so do yours. We would roll down the rapids to find a wave that fits. Can you feel where the wind is?
Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. I wanna see the sunrise on the scenes, just me and you. Light it up on the run. Let's make love tonight. Make it up, fall in love, try.
hey. E, E, 7, 8, E, hey, 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 perché non arriva più? 7, 8, E, hey, E, E, hey, E, hey, sì, prova, E, prova, E, sì, pronto, E, hey, pronto, e qua, e se forse già era questo che non vedeva. Rimettiamo tutto come che era. Ok. Sì. No, sbassa. E. Sì. E. E. Sì, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Si cavoglia qua. Mettiamo in line. E. Sì. Pronto? E. E. Pam. E. A parte che è altissimo adesso. Sì, pronto? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Perché fa sta mona? Fa questo. E. Perché rientra su, mi rientra su. Sui microfoni. E.
Sì, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. E qua. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. E. E. Questo E perché rientra? Tita e morti. E. Sì, prova. E. Sì. Pronto? E. E. Sì. Pronto? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 0. E. Allora, scusa, focus. I microfoni va. E. E. E perché questo non va? Sì, pronto? Salta annuncio. E.
An afro black boy with the gold teeth.
Adesso mi sono così, provo a salire su, in house, il sasso, invece perché non vado su? Però se mi dopo avete il gioco se sei così
Still the one I choose. And when my head goes in different directions, you know my heart.
E. Sì. Vedete sempre sto. Allora, se qua, questo qua arriva qua, ok. Adesso mi, so, sbassare questo, per esempio, no? E. Questo va, questo che è uscita l'aux va qua dentro, ok, si dica una voce da chiurla, perché questa voce da merda? Sì, prova. Ok.
Forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love, oh not pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know it's in God's will. Whoa, don't you worry, I'll be there for whenever you want me. I need somebody that can love me and my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first.
spettacolo veramente importante per ognuno di noi.
Sì. I. Sì, prova. Sì, prova. I. E.
You're not using it.
Well, at least I wasn't.
Come sei messo in...
It's too complicated for me.
Sei in diretta?
So, I think everybody's back and we can begin the second session today. I was looking at the program and I noticed that the titles of the composers' talks are much longer than the musicologists, and I think this is new, and I was asking myself what can it mean? Is that the experience of complexity to the handling with computer brings you to a higher awareness that any musicologist can have about these processes. So this will be what we will listen today. We don't usually in this session make presentation, special presentation of the lecturers. Most of them, all of them are known, and besides, I came many times in the very disconcerting situation that I was quoting a book title and somebody in the audience looking at the smartphone told me, no, that's not the right title. The right title is, because in real time you can see those things, so we avoid that. Nevertheless, Carl Faya is here on my right, and he will talk, give a paper on From Hands on to Machine Learning with Artificial Intelligence, reflections on the IM's role as an interface and practical perspectives on computer-assisted composition. Please, Carl.
Let's push this.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me? Ooh. Yeah, just one thing. Fantastic that they've invited us here to do this, which is just really bizarre, but really fantastic, and I love it. So, it's there. It kind of reminds me of Air France as well, a little bit, the thing. Okay, I don't know why exactly I said anything about AI, because I'm not an expert in AI at all. I've used it, like a lot of people have used it. It's kind of weird, and it really scares the hell out of me. So, I'm with Stephen Hawking on this. We have to be really careful, but it's something that is, for me, it's interesting, but I've never been able to really use it for me personally or in any project I've worked on. But it's something to keep an eye on. In some ways, it works a lot better than we thought it would. In other ways, not. And I think in composition, it's one of the ways that it doesn't work. That's my opinion on it, and it's been my experience with it as well. But then when it does work, it's going to be kind of scary. When the computer can write better music, can write better Marco Stroppa than Marco Stroppa. So they write the Beatles already. They've been doing Bach for a long time. So it's something I think to be very much aware of. And I think along those lines, there was something that was kind of weird happened. When you start researching stuff on the internet, all of a sudden you start getting these things that pop up, like, maybe you're interested in this, and maybe you're interested in that. I just got this thing from this. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. It's called OpenAI. It's a chat GT, whatever it's called. GPT. Don't know what the GPT means, but it's a website you can go onto, and you can type in questions, and it gives you really cool answers. So instead of trying to do it here, which would be, it's already just making sound come out, it's a little bit scary. I'm not going to go on the internet, but I did ask some questions. I did go on this site. I did ask some questions. And one of the things I asked was, what is your opinion on music with artificial intelligence? Can you see this? Yeah. So as an open language, as a language model trained by OpenAI, I don't have a personal opinion and taste in music, and I love that, very honest. this is typically how it will answer. It will answer with something that is kind of a little bit vague, but then get kind of specific at the end. Is music with artificial intelligence any good? And I really like this answer. Whether or not music created with artificial intelligence is good is a matter of personal opinion and can vary depending on individual taste. Yes. Ultimately, I'll just jump to the bottom. Ultimately, the quality of AI-generated music will depend on the individual listener's personal preference. And I mean, it's at least it's honest. It's not saying it's going to be, yes, of course, I'm the best. So this is interesting. And if you ask it again, you'll get a slightly different answer. So it's pretty cool. So that's about as much AI as you're going to have today. Okay, so that's it. Next. So those of you who know anything about chaos or these calculations you can do, this was a project I was working on a long time ago, for a long time, and this is coming down to the end of where I finally got it to actually kind of work. And I had this idea I wanted to. This is Ikeda or Aikida. It's a formula that is designed to replicate turbulence. You know, it's like in coffee, when you like stir milk in your coffee every morning, this is exactly what you see, and you can model it like this. And so I had this really great idea I was going to do something like this. I spent enormous amounts of time working on it. I never used it, but the process, I think, was very, very interesting. And the process of going through this and kind of figuring out what it would do and what it would give you, I think, is, again, very interesting. How did I get here? So in the good old days, so the thing is, I mean, I don't even like computers. I kind of got here totally by accident. When I was a lot younger, at university, I got one of these, but it was more for word processing. I mean, it was the kind of thing, you know, instead of using a typewriter, you can use a computer, and it was like really cool. I had friends that were using Finale Finale 1 for copying stuff, and it was just a nightmare. I mean, I couldn't see why you would spend so much time when you could just use your hand and get there a lot quicker. Anyway, I'd never really used it for music. So we're talking now about 1986, 87. Then I got the brilliant idea I would get something like the CX5M. So anybody who knows the CX5, knows a little bit of the history of computer music, this is like one of the first like computer that you could, like, anybody could buy, because it wasn't that expensive. It was relatively cheap, and it was made just to do music, and it was boring as hell. It was one of these things you could like spend hours trying to program and plug things into it, and again, I just completely lost interest in using it. I couldn't figure out why you would want to spend any time with this thing. When I came to Europe in 1991, I just gave it away to somebody, and I think he probably sold it for a fortune on eBay later. The thing is that you could do stuff like, I mean, this is what it looked like, you know, when you open it up, and you could like program BASIC. You could use BASIC on it, and that was all. For those of you who know, it's BASIC is BASIC. An interesting anecdote is that this computer was also bought by Morton Subotnick and used by Morton Subotnick, except that Morton Subotnick couldn't actually use it. He was as lost as I was, I think, with it. And he hired Marc Coniglio, who is the guy behind Isadora, to assist him. And so Marc got that gig, and then, you know, at the same time, and this will tie in later to what I'm going to talk about, he's the guy who inherited Big Eye and turned it into Isadora, and I didn't know that until I actually met him. So I think it's kind of a nice small world here. So I also, when I was at Santa Barbara, I saw that. I could only see it. So they'd just been bought. They came in, and I had a teacher called Joanne Kuchar-Morin, who was head of the program at UCSB. Lovely, crazy woman. But she wouldn't let us touch the computers until we had spent our time in the studio working with tape. We had to do tape first, and then we could like eventually use these computers. But I remember this guy, Dan Tomasino, I think, who came all the way from Earcom to install a bunch of Next computers there with a couple of Earcom cards. And it was really, really cool, except, again, we couldn't use them. So I didn't really get into it then. I mean, for me, music made with electronics was beep, squawk music. I mean, it was just like beep, squawk, and it was just terrible. It was something I didn't understand why people were doing it. Okay, but I'll get there. Then, towards the end of my time at UCSB, I met John Kaskin, who came over for our residency. And he opened my eyes. We talked about Ligeti, we talked about Lutoslawski, and we started talking about processes with harmonies. I was really interested in harmony. I was really interested in working with harmony. And I would make up these artificial scales like a lot of people were doing. I wasn't interested in doing a 1-4-5-1 thing. I mean, even though it was kind of the rage in America at that time, where there was this neo-romantic thing coming back and people were rewriting Vivaldi or Rachmaninoff or Mahler, I was really interested in something else. And he kind of showed me some of the things you could do with it. I mean, this comes from Messiaen, et cetera, so it's not a big secret, but for me, it was like an eye-opener. And that kind of introduced me to sort of getting into process. I liked process. I liked taking something and then using that thing to make new things with. I really like this as an organic process. It's something that is interesting for me and my brain. Then, so then I went to Aarhus, where I met Per Norgard, and I studied with Carlo Rasmussen, Hans Abrahamson was there, the whole crew. And it was interesting because, again, this idea of process really came about when I saw that, which was the infinity row, which is kind of a fractal, if you want. It's a fractal, maybe even before fractals became really trendy, but it's a fractal. It's this idea of being able to use an interval to create an entire melodic stream that goes on for infinity. So this was his thing. This was Per's thing, and it was very interesting. So I spent huge amounts of time writing this out by hand. Of course, because I wasn't using a computer, I didn't even know how to do it on a computer. It was just by hand, like he was doing it. This whole experience was starting to open up my mind to maybe computer's not so bad after all. It can save you time. And I think this is one of the things that's really important in computer-aided composition, is that computer can save you a lot of time. What it takes away is this thing that can happen when you're doing these calculations and you make a mistake and it sounds really cool. It's not the same thing if a computer makes a mistake. You can't make it make a mistake. It's kind of stupid. I mean, it's the mistakes that are sometimes really interesting. I'm not the first one who says, I think Barrio said it a long time ago. But it's something I know Griset has also said it, because he spent a lot of time with a pen and a paper. Speaking of Griset, so I go to Ottanta. And in Ottanta, I meet three fabulous composers. Klaus Huber, he just gave me a hard time the whole time I was there. Which was good. I mean, it was good. I really love the guy. Then I met Griset, who wouldn't say one word. He looked at my scores and goes, "Yeah, that's really old-fashioned." I was writing like he was writing back when he was doing periods and stuff. He goes, "Oh no, it's all." And later on, before he died, we talked a lot, and he was a completely different person. But it was I was really impressed by. I kind of was floored by what I heard. I'd never heard Griset before coming to Europe. He's not a big name in America. And for me, it was just, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that with sound. I didn't know you could do that with music. And it kind of freaked me out. And I really started going, okay, well, maybe there's something to this whole spectral process, et cetera thing. It also has really nice harmonies. I like harmony, I really do. I also met Burt Russell, but if I have time, I'll tell you this story later, okay? But it's a very interesting story because it shows you, well, it's an interesting story. So Griset, again, I was impressed by the guy because, he could write like 6 hours of music on one note, basically E. And I found this idea of working, he was inspired by the analysis of a low E on a contrabass. And again, the idea of sonograms and things like that were not foreign to me, but I couldn't figure out how you could make music with it. He kind of showed us what you could do with that, and I think this is really interesting at that level. And so there was something about spectralism that was very attractive to me, where serialism was not. And I'm not a spectralist or a serialist or anything, but it was fascinating. So. so then I went to IRCAM and I met Tristan Murai. I actually studied with him for a while. And I met the Puckett Mannery team, which was it's a great team, but it's a team. I remember, it is a team. I mean, Puckett is just this brilliant, funny guy. And I got excited again, and we're talking about a space period here of about 1 year. I mean, I came to Europe in 1991, and then by 1993, I was already into all this stuff. Murai really impressed me with process. He's got this way of composing where everything just kind of like it goes from one place to the next, and you don't really know how you got there, but you got there, and it is beautiful at the same time, and it's something that really impressed me. Again, I didn't know you could do that. His use of electronics, very basic, but important for him. He composes with frequencies. You know that. I mean, he writes frequencies. He doesn't write notes. He writes frequencies. The Puckett Mannery team was interesting for me because the live electronic side of it was something I'd never experienced. I didn't know you could do stuff like that. I mean, in America, basically, it was tape and solo instrument, and that was it. I mean, electronics there was, when I was doing it, was somebody did a tape and they were going to play with it. That was their thing. Then a couple of other, then they hired me. I don't know why they hired me, but they hired me. So I'd been taking the composer's class, and guys were assistants were like dropping like flies. They would work for a couple of weeks with a composer, and they would pull their hair out, or have a crisis, like serious, like epileptic crisis or something, and they stop and they would go. You would hear arguments in the hallway between an assistant and a composer, and then so they were in need of people, and I think that's why they asked me. Also, I discovered, even though I don't like computers, I'm really good with them. I mean, we really get along. And I don't know why this is a thing, and I don't ask it too many questions. It just works. So when I was there, I worked with a lot of composers. A lot of times they would put them with me because they were afraid of them. So people like Alejandro Vigno had a really bad reputation as somebody who just comes in, knows exactly what he wants, and if you don't give it to him, he's going to yell and scream. So they would give him to me. Same thing with James Dillon. James Dillon came in and goes, nobody wanted to work with James Dillon. So they gave him to me. And we had a really great time. I've had great times with everybody I've worked with, except for one person whom I won't name. And then when I was there, something else happened. I got into something called dphone, which was a program that they were developing. It was just in the very early stages, where you could do analysis and resynthesis. And they were doing it to do phonemes, right? They were doing it to go mama, papa, and to create this sort of stuff. The things that today are taken for granted, like the person who's going to announce to you like what time your train is coming and stuff like that, it's all computerized now, and is used with the same kind of technology. Films like what was this film called with the castrato and the soprano? This thing. So that was done at IRCAM, and it was done with IRCAM by combining the sound of a soprano and a tenor with these technologies. So it was Xavier Rodet who was doing this kind of stuff. I was really fascinated by it. But I didn't want to go mama papa. What I was really interested in was using them to morph sounds. I mean, the idea of morphing sounds, that's like really cool. And again, at that time, it didn't really exist. I mean, that kind of stuff just wasn't a thing. So I ended up being like the director for this thing. I mean, I wasn't doing that stuff, but I was there to represent the guys who were actually working with the stuff. So I talked a lot with the developers, talked a lot with Xavier Rodet, and I would bring him stuff in and show him what I was doing, and he would like freak out because he goes, "It's not made to do that." But that's what was really cool about IRCAM, is that you've got these developers and these scientists that are right next door to you, so you can like do anything you want to, bring it to them and tell them it doesn't work, and then they would go, "Yeah, it's not supposed to," but then they would make it work. And this was fantastic. This is a really great experience. And so I got really into dphone. I got into this whole rep muse thing. Thank you very much, Jean d'Assayag, Michael Molt. The being able to use patchwork and audioscope together to be able to take frequencies out of a sound changed my life, literally. It was this thing that since I saw this happen, the first time I saw it, I go, "Oh, that's mine. That's mine. I'm going to use that." And then finally, there's this thing called Maxalia. So again, Michael Molt had ported what Xenakis was doing, what Xenakis had been talking about with stochastic random functions. He had ported that into patchwork, and I ported it to Max. And now, that might be important that it had something to do with stochastics and had something to do with randomness. But what was really important was that it made me look inside the computer because I was actually programming this stuff. So I had to understand how computers work, had to understand how a program works, had to understand how David Ziccarelli and Miller Bucket think because it comes out in the programming. So it kind of gave me an insight into what I could do and what I couldn't do and all the possibilities that you can actually do with a computer, because especially once you know it, then you go, okay, well, yeah, it's possible. You know, everything that you think is actually possible. So that's why that's there. What else? Surprise. Yeah, just hats off to RepMuse. So, 20, thank you. Yeah, abusing algorithms to abuse us. So there's all this stuff that all of these numbers, all these different formulas that we can use, they're maybe I should stop. Like, I don't remember exactly how I did this. But all of these, I've touched it on all of this. It doesn't matter what it is, I've touched it. I've done something with the calculations. I've used them in some way. I've tried to do stuff with them. Markov chains, the whole thing. It's good old fractals, neural nets. Okay, little break here. There's a film called Pi by Darren Aronofsky. I don't know if you know it, but you should. As geeks, we should all know it. It's a really fantastic film. This is a little scene that's taken from a moment where he's in the cafe, and it's about math, and math is wonderful. Math is everywhere.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's just kid stuff. Check this out, okay? The word for the Garden of Eden, Kedem. Numerical translation, 144. Now the value of tree of knowledge, all right, in the garden, right? Eitz HaChaim, 233. 144, 233. You can take those numbers. So
like the Fibonacci sequence?
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci is an Italian mathematician in the 13th century. If you divide 144 into 233, the result approaches theta.
Theta?
Theta. The Greek symbol for golden ratio, golden spiral.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. So again, with all of these things, every time I would go on to one, I would go, yeah, this is it. This is the one. I'm going to be there. A little bit like the guy in the film, because the guy in the film was actually looking for the number or the formula where he can, win a huge or make a huge amount of money on the stock market. That's kind of the idea behind this. And so he's looking for this thing, and it goes through. You get a really great snapshot of all this kind of stuff that you can see or you can use. Talking about numbers, it's a great scene about Go there. So every time I'm a little bit like this guy.
There's the chick. All right. That's amazing. 3 out of 4. That's fantastic.
So that's me when I see one of these things, and this is me after I've been working with it for about a week.
Let me tell you, can I give you two guys a friendly piece of advice, okay? Don't ever go up to the drive-thru, okay? Always walk up to the counter. You know what? Okay. They fuck you at the drive-thru, okay? They fuck you at the drive-thru. They know you're going to be miles away before you find...
So just exchange drive-through for a golden ratio, for any of these formulas I just mentioned. It's one of these things where you spend so much time doing it and you realize, this is not going to work. There's something that's not going to work in it. We do tend to find solutions, but it can be extremely frustrating. So it's a process of intention. So again, I'm not new to sort of using processes or using, it was something already in America I was starting to use it, but it's this thing where you kind of get lost in it. You start doing this process, whatever it is, and you come up with these things, you write your piece, and it's fantastic. So I was in Aarhus, and I was explaining a piece that I'd written, and going through this whole entire thing with lots of diagrams on the chalkboard and stuff, and then eventually I showed them the score, and the score, you see the first few notes, and it's that. And one of my colleagues in Denmark, and the Danes are kind of really cool about this. You cannot be full of yourself in Denmark. It's just not possible. And one of my colleagues, he looks at it for a second and he goes, yeah, that's a C-sharp ninth chord. And it's, yeah, okay, so that's a C-sharp. And it's like, why did you go through all this trouble just to create a C-sharp ninth chord? And I think it's them poking fun at you, but I think the process is important. And I think this is, you end up writing maybe C-sharp ninth chords, but what's going to follow it is not going to be linked to this thing, at least in functional harmony. But it's a good dig, and I think it's something that you should be aware of whenever you start using this stuff, because it is this kind of thing that will come back and bite you in the ass, because you think that you did this really cool thing, and what you did was rewrite Bach or something. I mean, it's just be aware of the stuff that you get, verify it. Or something else can happen. So there was this other guy by the name of Marco Stroppa who was teaching us at EarCom. And I remember he came in, and I'd never met him. I didn't know him at that time. He came in, and he was, again, at the chalkboard, and he was like describing in really great detail a form of one of these pieces. I don't remember the piece, Marco. Piano piece, I think. Anyway, it was really complex, the way he described it and the way he went through it. And again, the form was really, really important for him. And then once he put everything up on the board, I kind of look back at it and I go, but it's sonata form. Yeah, the way that it looked on the board was sonata form. It looked kind of like that. And for me, it was interesting for me to see that Marco Stroppa had come to sonata form by his own means. Now, of course, he didn't. I'm not saying that he meant to write sonata form or he thought he discovered sonata form, but it's one of these things that you can. The way that we describe how things look, sound, or formed, we can manipulate them any way we want to. And I was just manipulating what he had done and going, okay, well, it looks like sonata form to me. I don't know what the big deal is. I just got back from Denmark when I was studying there. So power and process. Quickly. With great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Famous quote from Spider-Man. And then this one, it's not the destination, it's the journey. And I think this is really important when we're doing stuff like this. It's not, I'm not here to try to prove chaos theory. I'm not here to try to hear chaos theory. I'm here to be able to use the material that comes from that and to be inspired by it and to be able to take advantage of it. By Waldo Emerson.
Toujours j'ai commencé la musique avec un instrument. Et quand on joue d'un instrument, le son, la note, la musique, elle passe par évidemment les oreilles, le cerveau, mais ça passe par le corps. Et quand on exprime une note ou une intention musicale, tout passe par le corps. Le dosage, si on envoie une note forte ou douce, c'est vraiment le corps est là pour mettre l'intention.
So I've already told you what I like about algorithms, so I thought I would just jump over this. The other thing I'm really interested in is live interactivity, live sound, live music, live, and this sort of thing. So I've been working with this person for maybe 12 years, working on this object called the Olitherp, which is, it's a combination of lots of different things. It's the contraption itself, it's the gear that you see, and it's a big Max patch that I made for her. So that she can do all of this. There's a document on, I think, Vimeo or something like that describes that has some interviews in it and it shows the instrument in more detail. Because I'm not really talking about this today, I do want to I do this a lot and I'm very fascinated by it. And I think there's an incredible world there that computers can make possible where this would be impossible without. So again, this is something where it's computer-aided composition in the way that she is a composer, she composes, and I'm working with her to be able to do this, and we have a really nice collaboration together. A little bit of my music. This is just the beginning of something. Okay, I'll stop it there. Does anybody have an idea about where those sounds could come from? Don't have to tell me, just think about it. I'll come back to it. Some of my pieces, the Drift was a piece that I worked on in late 1976, where I used this idea of taking sounds from real things and turning them into notes. So I took four people I knew, I asked them to say a text that they chose. I analyzed it, then I used that as material for a piece that I wrote for a trio, and it was kind of a catastrophe, but it was a very good experience for me to see how I could like really manipulate this stuff. We'll stop there, that's the best part. I wrote another piece called Lointain, which was for piano, and it was using kind of Gerard Griset, Tristan Muraille, using FM synthesis to kind of create chords. So I was using spectra from two different fundamentals, combining them together. But the other thing that was more interesting for me is I was using a skyline. I was using the skyline from a place in the mountains where I was at, and I was using that as the form for the piano piece, just a few notes. I didn't steal anything from Tristan Muraille. Anybody knows Territoire, Doubli? Yeah, okay. I also just like using the voice. So I wrote this really short piece for somebody who was doing an album with like 60 composers with music, the 60 seconds of music, and it was this.
What if I just said...
I'm not going to tell you what he says at the end. You have to go and listen to it. It's only 1 minute. I don't have the piano part because I was going to download it today, and they had taken it off the line because it's copyright. So, sorry, that's just the electronic part. But again, I'm using the voice as an integral part of the whole sound world. And it's, again, for me, this is really, really important. Back to chaos theory. So I know a lot of people have used this. A lot of people will continue to use it. I used it too. James Dillon used it as well. I mean, it's something that you can use in lots of different ways, and it's the way that I think you approach it. So this is the logistic function for that's often seen to talk about chaos, or first talk about chaos, and it shows how population can develop and explode and go into chaos and then disappear. So it's something that it's interesting, again, organic, and something I found fascinating. So of course I did what everybody does. I turned it into a bunch of MIDI notes. This is Studio Vision Pro, Marc Battier, hello. So Studio Vision Pro was the really old program that kind of didn't come out of Earcom, but it was like something we used all the time. And Earcom doesn't exist anymore, and it's too bad because it was a fantastic program. And of course, when you're using Chaos, I mean, again, I'm not interested in just like throwing the notes out there and giving you, okay, this is what this calculation gives you. I'm already doing a lot of filtering. I'm doing a lot of filtering, a lot of sieving, I think as an artist might call it, to sort of fit this into the harmonies I'm looking for. And you can kind of see there are spaces there. I kind of use it for form as well. I won't get into any great detail, but I did like spend huge amounts of time doing this. Actually wrote out the score. There's a score that actually exists. And then it turned out, so I worked a while in Stuttgart at the studio for new music in Stuttgart. It was kind of like linked to the opera. And they wanted to do something of mine, and so I suggested this, and they said, okay, well, we'll do this and we'll put it on stage. So they staged it, and we ended up like working together with the guy who actually wrote out the text. This is Descartes. It's the famous I think, therefore I am. And we come at it from the point of view where Descartes is completely crazy. So it's so we do this. It's in Germany. It's in German. So we had to translate it back to German. And I don't have a pianist, and so I just take advantage of the fact that they have a disc clavier there, and it works quite well for everything. It works for the music. It works for the mise en scène. It works for everything because it's just this wonderful sort of beast that's on stage, and she's playing with this. And I'll show you.
Dass die einen vernünftiger sind. Gänzlich vom Körper unterschieden ist. Ja, dass sie sogar leichter zu erkennen ist als dieser. Und dass sie, selbst wenn er nicht wäre, dass sie überhaupt niemals aufhörte, alles das zu sein, was sie ist. Bereit ist zu kennen, als zu zweifeln, erkannte ich evidentermaßen, dass dies tatsächlich bedeuten musste, dass es eine Natur gab, die tatsächlich vollkommener ist als ich. Was die Gedanken betrifft.
Sarah Maria's son, she's fantastic. I just love this woman. How much time do I have left?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, 4 or 5 minutes.
or an ideal, or acts to improve the lot of others, or strike acts to get justice. He sends by acting the lot of others, and striking out against the different centers of these and more they find the ripple of hope, and forcing each other from a million different centers of envy and daring. Those ripples build a current which can sweep down the mighty walls of oppression and resistance.
That was a set of studies I've been working on with Nadia Ratzman-Darezi for On Martineau. So this was number 2, and the entire sort of electronic part and the part that she's playing is taken from this speech by Robert F. Kennedy. So I'm using that material as the material for the composition entirely. For the composers, I mean, I'm never going to have enough time to talk about all these guys. But the thing is, everything I've talked about, everything I've used, everything I've been working on I've used with them in some way. I don't usually walk into the studio and work with a composer with something I don't like. So it's something that I'm interested in, it's something that I can do, and it's normally something that I will show them, and I will show them, you know, what this is about. And then we just go further with it. It could be about spatialization, it could be about synthesis, analysis, synthesis, morphing. Vigneault wrote me a letter after our time together at IRCOM, thanking me because it had been 10 years since he'd been looking to get that sound. He's been trying to do morphing for a decade, and we finally got what he was looking for in the studio. Denny Cohen, I was more of a psychiatrist than anything else. James Dillon, there's a lot of really cool things with James. I mean, let's see if I can get there. And space. I work along with space. I'm just going to thumb through these really, really quickly. So that's a piano sound. There are two piano chords that we had to morph together. We spent hours and hours and hours at IRCOM actually making this work. We often had examples like that. So yeah, it's mistakes. Those are just mistakes. They sound kind of cool. I'm not going to say how I got that sound. It's a secret. I can tell you that Andrew Giertzel really wanted to know how I got that sound. All of this comes from these kinds of analysis and resynthesis. So this is an audio sculpt where you're actually climbing through and looking at all the frequencies. These are examples of D-phone, where you are putting all the frequencies together. That's a before, and that's an after. A lot of work in patchwork to come up with these chord sequences that composers could use afterwards in their own piece. So when you're doing some sort of an interpolation like this, it's good to have what the chords are behind it, and so the composer could use this. Kind of the same thing with wood. I'm going to jump completely through this, but wood I use a lot of analysis. Again, the live part of it was with these cowbells that we needed to be to give off sensor information when they hit them, so we could trigger other sounds. It was a big nightmare. I'm just going to go through this because I want to show you. That's beautiful. Just one last sound. James Dillon wanted a soliton sound, and so it's quite complex what goes on behind this, but it's the idea that you have this sort of wave, a sort of a standing wave that's here all the time. It's like in the boats here, when they're going by the bay, and you see this wave that's constant behind them. You can see it just kind of stays in the same place and kind of moves along with the boat. It's kind of weird. It's a soliton. So we were doing this for a piece that I was working on with him. I could go on for days with this stuff, and I think I have to end. Yeah. Do I have to end? Can I play one more thing? Just one more thing. Just one more thing. Just one more.
Then less time to discuss.
チェッカーの遊び方。
One more, please, Steve. Do you hear the ticking, Joe, or is it just? There seems to be a clock, or something.
There is a clock.
Are you picking that up?
Okay, so this was a recording session with Steven Schick in California for the piece with James Dillon, and this was just by accident. It was just a recording that we picked it by accident. But because it was there in the recording, James and I started talking a lot about clocks and about how important they are and how we can use them, and the interesting idea of multiple clocks. So one of the things that ended up coming out of the score itself was, so at the bottom is like 14 different clocks working at the same time, but at completely different intervals that we could actually use to trigger things throughout the piece, and we could use them any way we wanted to. But it was what I wanted to point out here is that it's this process when you're in the studio and you're working together with a composer that you start bouncing these things back and forth like that, and you end up with something that there's no way we would have ended up with in any other case. So it is this sort of thing. What I wanted to say about the RIM is that in a way they're like the artificial intelligence for who they're collaborating with. We kind of fill in that space. We can connect actually to the computers in a way that the other person cannot. And a lot of times, yeah, it might be our music that you hear, but our music wouldn't exist without their music. So it's something that is I think it's a fascinating world, and computer-aided composition with an assistant is probably better than computer-aided composition without an assistant. Okay, I'm going to stop.
Thank you so much, also for the final stretta. I'm sorry. We give plenty of time for presentation, and this is right. So, but then there is many interesting questions are not answered, and so please comments.
And if we don't have time now, feel free to come and bother me afterwards, okay? I'm totally happy to answer questions.
Joshua.
Thanks for that. That looks like the Tenney spectral canon at the bottom there. But so in the first half of your talk, you gave some examples of where you've experimented with like Lorentz attractors or other mathematical models that you commented. Well, you realized that this wasn't going to work, and I was wondering about mapping, because like the kind of mapping that you choose is going to make a huge difference, as you know, I'm sure you're aware.
Totally. So I mean,
of what works and what doesn't.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, it is the be-all, end-all. I mean, this is, it's the first thing I teach my students is to learn about scaling, and learn about mapping, and understand how to use it, and how to abuse it as well. But yeah, it's extremely important. And there's multiple levels of mapping. So, I mean, again, I don't want to hear the chaos function. What I want to hear is my music being sort of generated through this, or collaborating with, but I don't want to hear the chaos function. So yeah, it's something that is extremely important. And there's lots of strategies you can use to sort of get away from that, but get away from the sort of sonification, because it's not the same thing as sonification, and this is not really, again, what I'm interested in doing. But yeah, so mapping is a big thing.
Well, the examples that you showed you were mapping onto pitch, so I was wondering what other ways.
Yeah, well, I could show you lots of other. So there's mapping on the pitch, there's mapping on the form. There's mapping onto rhythm, of course. In the way that harmonies actually go from one to another, that's following another kind of a mapping. I've used a lot with Jonathan Harvey as well. So yeah, it's totally mapped. It's a ways. I mean, you can use ways to get through this. Yeah.
So did you find that your strategies of mapping would help you predict when something was going to work?
Yes and no. I mean, it's a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of time spent in the studio, and it's the kind of thing where you push a button and you get something, and if you're not happy with it, then you're not happy with it. I mean, I'm willing to throw stuff away. I throw stuff away all the time, but I can't just take what comes out of the computer or comes out of the program or comes out of the calculation either. I need to do something else with it. There's this question that is, I think, really, really important, and that is, if a computer makes it, who owns it? You know, is AI going to wake up tomorrow and start asking for copyright? So, yeah, I never take it as it comes. It's true, yeah. So be careful.
Other questions?
I have just a general question. Do you think that in your history as an assistant also, other than a composer, the evolution, and which is a very long history also with many composers and so on, do you think that the changes that the technology, so the development of technology, which has been huge during those 40 years in the way of relationship, the real time, for example, but not only the real time. Do you think that this history of this development has changed also the way that you as assistant speaks to or connect to the composer, or this relationship has been unaffected by?
I'm going to say what everybody says. That's a really good question. It's a good question. I mean, I don't think about it. I'm sure that it has. I mean, you know, if I do think about it, I can tell you, yeah. I mean, the way that I would work in the 1990s with somebody and the way that I work now with somebody is completely different. But it's also because I've got a lot more experience. It's because maybe composers, that said, composers don't necessarily have more experience. I mean, it's one thing when you're working with a composer like Vigneault or James Wood. With James Wood, these guys have experience, so they kind of know when you're messing about, they know what you're doing, and they can ask you for specific things. But there's a lot of composers who have no idea what's going on in the studio, like literally none. So if it's changed, it's probably changed because I've changed my way of working with people or collaborating with people, and not so much from the composer's point of view. Things have become easier. Instead of taking like 3 days to analyze a bunch of sounds, it takes maybe 30 seconds. So I have time to drink more beer or something. I don't know, but I mean, yeah, you've got, that's a big difference. It's true, that changes a lot.
Okay, very good. I think we should switch to the next. Thank you so much. So, last time that I met with Agostino, we presented his book. So this is just to say that Agostino Di Scipio wrote many. He has this kind of double personality that many composers had. Stockhausen, for example, Boulez as a theoretical mind and of course a creative mind. So I'm very look forward. And the title are like questions, answers, formalization, question mark, materialization. Then automation, and then there is a kind of answer, autonomy, system, ecosystem. And then the subtitle is Insights from a Personal Perspective. So we'll go on. While Agostino is preparing, I may may throw a ball in the audience. That is something that I know. A note that I took while Carl was talking, and I was reflecting why he was in the preparation of this Giacomo and Laura. I was a little bit skeptical about talking about the 21st century, and I realized the 21st century basically everything is computer-aided composition. So if everything is this, then we don't know about the specificity anymore. And so we have to ask other questions. So there is a difference between the 20th and the 21st century also in this sense. But maybe this will resonate also with you. And I don't steal your
Thank you. Thank you, Gian Mario, Giacomo and Laura, for this invitation and for these nice 2 days of discussion. I think, when they asked me to join this meeting, I was skeptical about how I should respond, because in my life, I don't think I have been doing computer music in the last 25 years. I mean, I do use computers every day and every moment, and also in music, but normally it's within a larger assemblage of hybrid components. And so this might be one of the issues to also to deal with later on in the talk. And I think hopefully I found a way to respond my way, which also demanded of me to find a starting point. Well, I found it here, in the very main picture of the leaflet that we have for this conference. Of course, we see the Synology's PDP-15 computers with its teletype and things. Koenig is not there, but he was just sitting, will be sitting on that chair in a moment. But actually, I was very interested in this window in the back. I imagined to open the window, there must be a kind of garden. It's black and white, I couldn't find a color snapshot, so I suppose that's a garden or some trees anyway. And I was imagining to open the garden to find myself there. This is an installation by Lauren Hayes, Australian composer and sound installation artist. You maybe don't see clearly. There's a circuit board implanted in the terrain, and with cables, and eventually this little sonic generation unit, this very small circuit board, will eventually. There are many of them all around. This is just one of many around the garden. And they will eventually integrate into the sonic ambience and the sonic ecosystem of the insects and birds living in this garden. And probably this shift from a very formalized practice within or in front a computer as a kind of specialized tool, very demanding of institutions in terms of the economy around it, etc., to a much different practice that nowadays is, I wouldn't say common, but at least very much at the focus of many artists, sound artists' work. I think summarizes some of the things I will be saying. So I will be parsing my talk into a few introductory questions and statements. actually taking advantage of the abstract I wrote, because I don't see the printed abstract around, so I take advantage of having written it and make a profit of it. And then the second part will be some examples from my personal engagement endeavor as a composer. I will go back to the to my early days in the late 80s, early 90s, where I was really doing algorithmic composition, I would say. And then little by little, I find my way into different kind of practices, including more recent practice, which in essence problematizes, if not criticizes, most of the assumptions that I was leaning on myself and algorithmic music at large. Along the way, I would eventually ask questions about computer-assisted composition. I will not talk about computer-assisted composition. I do think, for me, the right way of describing it is algorithmic music or algorithmic composition. I personally shyly tend to consider computer-assisted a category of algorithmic at large. And also raising questions about human-machine interactions. So basically, daring to ask questions about the two main ideas or topics that are mentioned in the title of our meeting. So first, let's go with the abstract. Well, first of all, this meeting gives us the opportunity to discuss the potential and limits of algorithmic composition in recent decades, as well as in contemporary music and efforts in sound arts, for example. Also in consideration of the different notions of it that have been characterized over the years, from very rare cases of fully automated music composing to most popular cases of computer-assisted composition. This opportunity is all the more valuable in consideration of the role usually attributed to algorithms in many aspects of today's techno-cybernetic existence, not without innumerable and profound misunderstandings. Today, as an aside, I would say, I realized a few years ago that today we have the chance, or maybe inadvertently we don't know about it, but we have the chance to listen to some music that has never been listened to in the process of the making, of its making. I mean, there are in the techno world, in the electronica techno, or in the music for documentaries, for example. There are huge productions. I mean, there are hours and years of music that have been produced with no ear attending the making of it. This is something that is significant, I think. Now, it seems obvious that speaking about algorithmic music or computer-assisted music composition, we should go back to a kind of formalist legacy of Western musical culture, which also links very well into a reductionistic nucleus of the late modern rationalism in general. And so philosophical logicism and also cognitive computationalism and other endeavors. But by the way, this is also the larger milieu, cultural milieu, under which we should, I would say, rubricate the combinatorial, either serialistic or statistical, probabilistic compositional approaches of the 50s and 60s and later. Though I deem also very urgent today to rather look ahead and try to track down and carefully value current significant efforts in a neo-materialist and relational perspective, possibly informed by novel phenomenological and active cognition approaches in post-computational cognitive science. That seems particularly appropriate in the face of the kind of post-humanistic views connoting not only recent theory and cultural studies, but also current creative efforts in sound art and music, in the ways that they, particularly in the ways they deal with the living and the lived experience of the living of performance, the live performance, the living and the lived experience of listening to. Indeed, we today have a lot of different performative practices where the algorithmic is strictly, structurally embedded into wholly contingent, site-specific situations where many different agencies, different kinds of agencies, participate in the making, in the emergence of the sonic experience. And just as a small token, as a small contribution to this presentation, I would mention the discourse of Karen Barad about post-human performativity, meaning that not just the human being, the human agent is responsible, the performer, the live performer is not the only responsible agent for what happens in terms of the relational depth of music, both in the composition and the performance and the listening and the listening experience. We need to understand the algorithmic materiality, or the software materiality, if you like, without idealizing its role in the actual creative practices, not drawing it back to popular figurations like the electronic brain, like in the 50s, or the black box, like in cognitive studies, in computational cognitive studies, but also without cutting down its technicity in terms of a simple, a mere instrumentum fini, of a simple tool. Just remember that when algorithmic music was born, algorithmic composition was born in the 50s and early 70s, it was very often raised the metaphor of a fast but stupid, the computer as a fast but stupid slave or assistant in a way. A disputable anthropomorphic metaphor today, right? Now, against the talks of dematerialization that nowadays are ubiquitous in our lives, especially in the discourse of the popular digital media, several artistic practices today deal with software, algorithms, and data as active operators within a larger and heterogeneous flow of precarious, negotiable, and situated material agencies. And this happens in poorly formalizable ways. These digital constructs turn from vestiges of an ideally disembodied computational mind into participants in the distributed and situated, environment-specific, set-specific, and autonomous, not automated, which are two different concepts, agential dynamics, making up hybrid productive assemblages, sometimes described as performance ecosystems. At least that's my way of calling them, together with a number of other people like Simon Waters and others. And this probably demands of us to set the profile of our discussion of computer music and algorithmic music within a different frame, probably, or at least it asks us, it demands us to update the frame. And by the way, just as a way of closing this introduction, I would say also that I will present examples from my own work, but eventually I would mention a number of other practitioners from all sorts of different aesthetics and also different technological and practical approaches. There's a sense of a shared understanding of what is computing anymore within a context where computing happens in all around us. I mean, it's a bit like going back to the early days where Max Matthews was standing inside the IBM 79, but we now are surrounded by all sorts of very small Blueberries or whatever, small computers around us, or small devices having computing possibilities. But now for some personal perspective, for some personal examples. Yes, I did started in 1987 with some algorithmic composing in mind, and that was writing mathematical models, programming with the computer, mathematical models of nonlinear dynamical system or chaos theory. The very crucial notion was, for me, was iteration or iteration. The iteration of nonlinear transfer functions. Whatever the function f we choose, provided it is nonlinear, the next value in a series of values is a transformation of the preceding one. And then you iterate the function, meaning that the result is itself transformed or transferred by the function itself a number of times, a number of iterates. And I did some pieces. The first was Fractus for viola and computer-generated taping. Tape part was done. I did it in Padua with the Music 360 as a sound synthesis engine. But then there were other pieces like Plex, which was for me was the first digital mix done in Padua, although I did everything with my own standalone programs at home, the synthesis, I mean, and also of course, the small programs, the most standalone programs for writing the scores. And the attempt there in both cases and in other cases was for me to project the structural, gestural aspects of the large-scale articulation in the music, in the instrumental part, within the micro-level structure of sound. So I was like presenting you with the instrumental part was arranged by means of my algorithms, and then a tape part made of sounds only synthesized with the same algorithms, but scaled down or rearranged anyway. It doesn't, the different time mapping, it doesn't, I mean, it does require many different adjustment and different logics, but anyway, that was a bit the thing. And by the way, this, at the basis of Plex, the 4-track tape, there's a single E of a contrabass that was not analyzed vertically. It was only analyzed in the time series, in the samples, and was chunked in innumerable small grains or atoms or quantas, whatever, and rearranged to form new sounds, to form new sequences of new sonorities, new textures, actually. So I will not go there speaking about granular synthesis, but it did help me to map the large scale into the micro, into the small scale, most time scale in my composing at the time. I do have some examples from the Fractus process. Basically, it was a question of, this is just photocopies from documents written in 89 or 87, I don't remember, 88 maybe. So I basically had invented or composed a vocabulary, a dictionary, an ordered series of gestures, or in this case, like harmonics, and ordered them in a specific way, probably, within a certain direction, with some direction. And also a set of durations. Also, these ones were ordered, you see, in this decreasing value, the decreasing duration, plus fermatas, pauses, etc., etc. And I used the nonlinear, in this case was the logistic map, if I'm not wrong, to reassemble this. I did 100 iterates reading this one of these 36 values, the harmonics up there, and so I obtained 100 harmonics in a series of 100 harmonics, and then assigned to each of the event a duration. And so I wrote a score with those few things, which is iteration alpha here. No, it was Feigenbaum, it was just different nonlinear function. Anyway, very much very similar to the logistic maps we have seen in the Fayas presentation. And then I obtained thus a new vocabulary, an ordered set of events. And I used that with a new process, meaning I consider that as a vocabulary of ordered events and tokens, and repeated the iteration. And so I rearranged the rearranged sequences of events. And I did this 3 or 4 times with different function parameters. Oops, yeah. Whoops. Okay. And then finally wrote down, well, this is the alpha. The first iteration gave me these sequences of events. This is beta. And you see that little by little, by way of just iterating the same, let's say, I arrived to, it went somewhere. It went into its direction, of course. It cut down information every time. Eventually ending with delta, and then there were also some phi and tau, but anyway, they're not there. And delta is just just the simple iteration, the simple repetition of a bichord. So that is mapped very well in the score, which is where score here. Yeah, the piece actually starts here. The algorithmic part starts here. And you see that for sometimes it remains quite complicated and intricate. Many different things change and kind of random way. But little by little, it simplifies until it eventually focuses on this small series of harmonics here. Then, as I often used to do at the time, I considered everything as a large vocabulary and reread nonlinearly, resampled that vocabulary, that dictionary of events. So the process ends here with the bichord that we have seen before, but then I rearranged for just a kind of coda, very virtuosic one in terms of fingering for the viola. It seems to be simple, but it always revealed very, very complicated in a couple of passages before the ending, which was just the kind of quote of the beginning, of the very beginning. Anyway, that was maybe the most literal, the most evident and easy to describe process of this kind I did. It was the first one, and so the easiest to describe. Then things complicated a bit, but essentially it was having a transformation and reiterating the transformation. Every time obtaining a new musical structure to be rearranged and reread and rearranged. The results were not always presented in this sequence, from the more complicated one to the simplest one, but eventually I could could do some montage and changing the position on the timeline of the overall piece, which is actually what I did with Plex more specifically. As an aside, I would also ask my friends Laura and others if, because in the 80s, a lot of pieces in Padua, the University of Padua, had this kind of algorithmically, manually algorithmic kind of approach to them. Most of them, I mean, if we except for Nonos or some few other pieces, from Stroppa to James Deschamps, from even Aldo Clementi, was a very structural, very strict kind of counterpoint piece to others. I mean, it was kind of algorithmic kind of musical school in its way, although it never popped out like that. There was always a very rich and varied scene and different interests. Anyway, while I was composing, we still are in the early 90s or late 80s, I was reading and listening and studying, of course. These three names, to which I would probably also add Herbert Brun, but yeah, it doesn't show up here, but it should be there. So eventually I studied a bit of the software by Koenig, Project One, and then also had an exchange with him and published eventually a collection of his writings in Italian. And also I was very, very interested in the Funktionen, which, as it was correctly highlighted by Martin this morning, was a kind of non-standard synthesis, analog electronic non-standard synthesis of sound. I was also very much informed, let's say, by Otto Lasky's epistemology of composing. He had this tripartite categorization of algorithmic composition approaches, from the stipulative, meaning the computer gives you numbers and you just transcribe or map the numbers without anything, any addition, any subtraction. To interpretative, you take the numbers, you arrange them the way you seem to like, let's say. To a third one, which was more like having a real-time source of information, and you would perform and handle this source of information in improvisational ways. Sorry. I also, the most important maybe was for me the analysis of the study of Xenagi's music. Especially, I have had a long confrontation, like it took 10 years or something, of the analysis of analogique AIB for 9 strings and quad tape from 58, 59. It's in retrospect, I would say that was a very important take, a very important step for me, because, well, first of all, it was there that Xenagi's imaging to project into the granular structure of sound the logics of the instrumental part. So, in retrospect, I would say there were some influences. Also, it was instrument and tape, which was, for me as a student, although there was this real-time fever at the time, but I didn't suffer from that fever. I preferred first to set up, let's let my vocabulary as a composer grow, my materials, and to get to know the materials very much before launching into real-time things, which will come in 5 years, let's say. And also, I was very interested in his attempts, I would not dare to call them more than that, with the direct stochastic synthesis in the 71, and then in the huge and magnificent Gen 3 from 91, 92, with non-standard synthesis, stochastically driven non-standard synthesis. And so this is again something that was born out of instrumental composition. The ST program by Xenakis dates from 62, sorry. So we are in May 63, concert of algorithmically composed music by Xenakis at IBM in Paris. And the program was published in Music for May in 63, then republished. It was written in Fortran 2. It was republished in 71 in Formalized Music, the first English edition. In Fortran 4, because the people in Bloomington, his collaborators, had rewritten the code. And then they published in the 92 edition of Formalized Music also the code of Gen 3. Now, as far as I know, these three examples are the earliest examples I know of open source code, in at least in music, in composition. In fact, many people have taken them back and rearranged, and then especially in Gen 3, but also the so-called Stokos program, the Bloomington one. And by the way, it was very, 5 minutes, yeah. It was very, it is very telling that Stokos was this program, Fortran 4 code written for the pieces like ST1, ST2, and the ST series, quartet, 10 instruments, and orchestra. And in Bloomington, they used exactly Stokos to generate samples. So they didn't do anything except taking the numbers and using them as samples. Yeah? So it was awful, it was rude, it was crude as a synthesis, but it was fantastic as a starting point to investigate only time, composing in the time sequence, having a standard synthesis, not non-standard synthesis conceived about only in the time domain. So working only in the time domain with no expectation as to its spectrum or with all of the difficulties that you can imagine. So micro and macro composition, discontinuity and dishomogeneity, continuity and discontinuity between macro and micro, dishomogeneity or homogeneity between levels. And there, little by little, especially by applying this concepts to grammar synthesis, I threw there the notion of the theory of sonological emergence. Emergence came to, which then I realized, of course, being part of theory, the system theory and cybernetics, second and third order cybernetics. Also, the things were born there for me that will eventually be at the center of my investigations the last 20 years, including non-standard synthesis, by the way, for which I had a series of projects, a series of pieces only meant to explore non-standard synthesis. The sign map, the sign map being projected into the sample domain. My approach at the time was to override, to surpass, to question and challenge the dualistic paradigm of orchestra and synthesis, of note and instrument or instrumentation, of synthesis algorithm and event, scored event. And I was also, I should mention that I was also a doctoral student of Barry Truax in Vancouver, so I was informed and deeply influenced, although hiddenly, by soundscape and acoustic ecology. Again, an offspring of system theory, by the way. In fact, Truax himself had studied with Koenig. You can imagine, going from Stockhausen to Koenig to Truax to Murray Schafer to Truax. It's very beautiful. But anyway, it's very varied, I would say. Anyway. I jumped directly to the end of the story. The end of the story is, today, or at least in the last 15 years, I've been doing things that are based on my Audible Ecosystemics project, only solo live electronic concert and installation works, where you set up microphones around, speakers around, all sorts of different reflections in the room, in the site, in the specific room. And you leave and you unattended the computer to analyze the room and grasp something of it, its acoustics and feedback and arrange by itself the way it goes. I did that in several pieces. You have a list there, and also in less known, let's say, sound installations. And then in the last 15 years, I reintroduced in that solo electronics performance ecosystem. I reintroduced the instrument now in a slightly different way. In this case, we have a very complex assemblage of human resources, computing resources, analog resources, which are part of the story, are not neutral at all. Sorry. They can be handled and performed, the speakers and the microphones, and beside the computer itself can be handled and performed, can be, for example, placed into in the tube, in the flute tube, or within a trumpet, or whatever instrument, or by the way, other resonators, of course. And so we have a complex hybrid assemblage of different resources whose interactions I tend to compose. I call it composing the interactions rather than interactive composing. I set up the rules by which, for example, even the score, if there is a score, can be rearranged during the performance on the basis of the results achieved as it goes along the way. And sometimes I also develop projects with other people like in this Machine Milieu project with Dario Sanfilippo, with different computer system meeting between them in a single space. Each has its own nonlinear dynamics, so they don't find just the space and the people around and other noise sources to deal with, but also another system like it, but not exactly like it, a different one. So they eventually get to know each other and to influence each other in different ways. So there's a lot of question there. Materially hybrid performance assemblages, that's what they are. There are questions of distributed agency, especially there's also a branch of research which was called multiple agent systems, which sometimes it's also mentioned and researched in computer music circles. There's a, for me, important distinction and question of autonomy, agency and autonomy, and not automation, is a crucial thing for me. And this is all possible because these systems are open to the environment or to any other external conditions and contingencies that may belong to the shared space, socially connoted and historically connoted shared physical space. As a little biographical anecdote, I would say the first time I opened up a microphone in order to feed the computer with some control signal, not feedback audio, but some source of sound that would control the way the computer would process the sound itself. It was just to avoid random numbers. If there would be any randomicity, it would be the constructed and specific randomicity, which is not completely equiprobabilistic, and it's not the same as completely flat spectrum in the space. So it was just a way to avoid the random numbers generators the first time. It was just a joke. It was like, why don't I replace the random number generators with a microphone sound in some odd, strange, close to the windows or outside the room itself. And then little by little, I especially by way of studying and also Lucier's music and others, I find my way into a more, a less anecdotal way of using room noise. Questions of what is a work? Are we composing, am I composing a work or am I composing a practice every time I compose a new piece? I feel I'm more after creating a way of doing with sound than composing an object that must be represented, replayed every time, right? Independent of space and time. So that's more like trying to specify the practice more than the structure of a finished work. Of course, there are all sorts of trade-offs between the two. I'm putting it down even too simply, but anyway, these are some of the questions that raise. Human-computer interaction, I will close with this. From a linear dualistic model, human to machine, to a feedback model, human to machine to human, to a threefold feedback model. Performer acts on equipment makes something to the room acts on the performer acts in the room acts on the equipment acts on the performer. This triangular dynamics is, for me today, a much needed way to reach out of the self-referential music circles and provide figurations of man to technology to environment, structural coupling issues that are pervasive nowadays in every moment in our life, with all sorts of technological and climate and environmental issues in general. So the performance ecosystem is, for me, a thematization, a figuration, a post-human figuration within which many pieces can be made, independent of the particular aesthetics, branching directly into social and political, of course, issues of our world at large. And that's the passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Agostino, also for bridging to your current interests and creating or demonstrating a theoretical continuity. So, questions?
That's really cool. I'm going to look at the stuff that you just showed. I'm very interested by the work you're doing now. I have a question, maybe it's a really personal question. Why did you choose to start composing with algorithms and not just compose music?
There again, there are funny anecdotes and more serious and more pondered reasons. Anecdotes include, at some point, my beloved composition teacher left my school and changed, went away, moved away. And I found myself with a teacher whom I didn't like at all, who required me every week to make a new piece in a different style. Before that, I had been doing counterpoint for 5 years, only counterpoint. I mean, Bach to the dodecaphonic, but all of a sudden I had this quest that I should rearrange. And at some point, there was this analysis of various flute piece, Dessert 21.5. Density, sorry, density 21.5. And they wanted me to create a piece like that. So I did the analysis. I mapped it onto a Markov chain, and I gave him back 10 versions of density 1.5. I was also studying computing in the meantime, electronic music and informatics. So that's the anecdote. Just by way of doing practice exercise at home, homework for the composition teacher had to cope with. And more seriously, I don't know, I was just my ear took me to listen from Webern to Barès to Xenakis, but also the early minimalists, like formalizing, for example, Steve Reich piece is one of the exercises, the homework I asked from a students. So it was just my ear that told me something about how can you model your own ear. I mean, a composer is a listener, and a listener, but he is a listener or she is a listener who takes responsibility for producing something she or he wants to listen to. And by the way, the fact that we today can witness music that has not been heard at all during the process of it means that there was no responsibility in making of it. And this is like killing music at the heart. Music is taking responsibility, composing is taking responsibility. And so probably this quest for self-awareness, I was also a very old student. I didn't start, I was doing more like these gestures all the time when I was 18, but then moved into studying and composing. But so I was a late student and needed to develop an awareness that maybe I would say that objectifying knowledge and this process that was also shown by Joshua today of knowledge accumulation through composing. I mean, Autolaske's program is an alter ego, he said. The program is an alter ego for the composer. I mean, composer puts there some knowledge, and the alter ego gives him or her back something that was not attended, and so you correct it or enlarge it or extend it, and you put some more knowledge there, and this process never ends. So this feedback, this knowledge feedback between machine and man. So that was probably for me a way to develop an awareness that I was not enough in possession of, let's say, at the time when I started doing things. So it went directly there, basically. Yeah.
Another questions? Yeah, Joshua.
Thanks. So you discussed a little bit about your recent thinking of maybe that you're making a practice rather than a composition. And that made me wonder, like what other aspects of like the definitions of things have evolved in this feedback process for you, like timbre versus texture versus form. I think you discussed things right around there, and I wanted to know your thoughts on that.
I'm not sure if I grasp what you say.
Well, I wondered what how your thinking has changed in terms of the definitions of things besides, because you did mention one example, practice versus composition, so I wondered about other definitions.
Well, for example, this thing that of timbre composition that I didn't put any emphasis on during the presentation. Actually, I was keen to go into the algorithmic, but I loved timbre and concrete music and timbre music. I mean, whatever had to do with the sound object, etc. So that's why I was very keen to understand and practice myself some forms of some sort of non-standard synthesis, because it was like composing at the micro level, which gave me, first of all, sounds, and then an emergent dynamics of musical articulation, long-term musical articulation. So in a way, for me, timbre at the time became a way to say form, regardless of the time. I mean, you have to specify the time frame, but either it is 1 second or it is 20 minutes. It is timbre or form, depending on what you want to call it. And the same happened with the space. Space is never for me. I mean, I did some, of course, spatialization. technical simulation of trajectories in space or orientations and things. But I do tend to even use spatialization. If I use it, I do tend to focus on the real space, especially in a time where we are, we are surrounded by virtual spaces, or by, it's even too simple to admit that. We need to focus on the real space, on the material and bodily experience of the space where music is. Sound is not without space, and sound is not without time. So in a way, I think during my 40 years of doing, I tried to find my way to not to treat them with different strategies, but one strategy out of which would emerge ways of dealing with time and space at the same time. In fact, one of the most lovely experiences I have normally is that in those spaces of mind where people, performers, instrumentalists react to the sound of the room and the electronics, what electronics does in the room, the larger the room, the longer the pieces. I didn't prescribe any duration, but normally they breathe with the space, and time adapts to the space and vice versa in a way. So, I think I always wanted this. I always target this, try to deal with this kind of questions, and maybe I just found my way into them the way I'm doing today. I mean, all the algorithmic composition experience was for me a preamble to what I'm doing today. That's why I started my presentation saying that I was skeptical or dubious about how to answer the invitation. But at the same time, it is true, it is a shared question and issue, that we cannot, especially the younger guys, that we cannot understand computing anymore as a kind of instrumental tool, as a pure tool. It's more like an ambience, it's more like a milieu for your cognitive, for your bodily or embodied cognitive experiences. And because music is a knowledge experience, a cognitive experience, which serves, by the way, to be aware of time and space, and play with them. I think it was not completely unuseful to try that. Sorry, I'm being a bit verbose because it's not easy to start speaking English all of a sudden in the middle of Italy, let's say, in the north of Italy, without having been practiced. My English engine is a bit rusty at this point. Okay.
Okay, more questions?
Hello, thank you, everybody. Sorry for my English first. I was thinking about your consideration of the approach composer and computer. And these days I was painting and I'm thinking about la tela and the dough. I don't know la tela.
The canvas.
The canvas,
the
yes.
Canvas, yes, the canvas and the dough. I'm using Logic and FL Studio, and I was thinking about FL Studio like a canvas. So I put something on the canvas or on the dough, and I try to modify and try to find a sound like I appreciate, like when I put the paint or the panel on the canvas. So could be, I don't know painting, and I know that, but I know if I try to relationate, make a relation with the canvas, like with a dough, I can probably make something it's coming from not my
mind.
Yes, not my mind, but my what I know. But I can know when I do that. So I trying, and
You're using it as a tool of knowledge, as a knowledge tool, as a way of developing awareness.
Yes, or like a sculpture.
Yeah.
But it's the opposite, because you have a piece of wood and then you try to
Well, there are interesting things to learn as you sculpt a piece of marble. I mean, depends. It's a different kind of cognitive situation, but in general, the resistance of the material, the non-flexibility, the hardness of the medium you sculpt or you touch provides you the opportunity to learn more, let's say, I mean, to better learn what you're doing. I mean, to develop a better awareness. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I mean, taking it easy, or let's say, like when you the early days of computing, there was this idea of having a user-friendly interface. The more friendly it is, and the less you learn, basically. The more difficult, not difficult, the harder it is, the more resistance it puts on your gesture, and the more you have to be precise and very well deliberately wanting it and aware. I always say this anecdote from the history of electronic music. When Luciano Berio composed the Tema Omaggio a Joyce, a piece of only spoken words and syllables by a singer, in 1958, okay? If you don't know, it's a masterwork of electronic music. At the time, there was no means to do cut and paste in sound. He had to invent a form, his own form, analog and magnetic on the tape form of cut and paste. So it's like, because the materials, his confrontation with the materials required it, that he was convinced to exert, to engage in such a huge task, difficult task. At the time, there was no means of facilitating or making it easy. And the result is a masterwork. Today, we can produce hundreds of Tema Omaggio Joyce in a second. And there would be no reason for it. Maybe even better in terms of overall shape or quality or whatever nuances. But there's not such a big sense of necessity in doing. So the harder the material, the medium you work with, the more resistant to your willingness to do something. And the more convincing, the more aware you have to be in order to exert some gesture on it. And you learn more, and it's a richer experience. That's called art, basically, art making.
It is Adornian closure that I appreciate, to say.
I do.
So you see the conservative part of me. We close this first half of the afternoon. We have time to get coffee or tea and something else. I think in about 15 minutes we will be back and begin the second part of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Chiedo una cosa. Okay, wir müssen fortfahren. We should go on. The next paper will be by Marco Stroppa, and then following it, we will have a little discussion, and following it, we will have a short homage with listening or music. Two of the two composers this conference is dedicated, Gottfried Michael Koenig and Fausto Gazzi. It will be between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. So now, Marco Stroppa will speak, the title of his talk is Epistemological Implications and the usage of CAO applied to constraints and the control of sound synthesis. Please, Marco.
Thank you. I am online. Okay. Thank you, Gian Mario. Thank you also to Laura and Giacomo for the invitation. I had prepared 4 main points about my work, but since I was just taken away 10 minutes of presentation, I will present 3 of them. But I will decide in real time which one will go away, so pay attention. Let me start by, I will talk of course my work, but I think one has to, I had at least for myself to specify that computer-aided composition is not the same as algorithmic composition. Engraving a score, cut and paste music, with Finale or Sibelius is very popular nowadays, or all the other things that are marked there are computer-aided composition, but according to me, they are not algorithmic composition. There is also algorithmic composition that has nothing to do with computer-aided composition, like enigmatic canons, or the famous fashionable second half of the 18th century habit of composing polonaise or menuets according to aleatoric rules, the famous musikalische Würfelspiele, that always had the same, it's not only the Mozart one, only had the same structure. On one side, a set of data, on the other, some aleatoric rules that you would play with dice and to extract the data. The point was to organize the data so that with any kind of combination, you would get a musically reasonable and correct solution. Just a very short, extremely short, because I think we already talked a lot about that, but I want to say what is my position with respect to that. Fundamentally, in algorithmic composition, you either have rules to generate systems, there are hundreds of them, or you have aleatoric systems, either before the aleatoric is applied, like the menuets, as I said, the musikalische Würfelspiele, where the structure was already done before, and then anything we would do aleatorically would make sense. Or if you start with a totally aleatoric system, then you need filters, or as Carl Fire said, also sieves to make sense out of that. And of course, you can mix all of them and so on. Another point that is important to look at is this book by the Oxford Handbook of Algorithmic Music. I don't totally agree with this approach, but it has the merit of existing, and there are actually 35 chapters of talking about what is algorithmic music, what can algorithms do, purposes of that for the music maker, and so on, and so algorithmic culture, and so on. So you have quite a lot of sometimes interesting aspects about that. A bit too Anglo-Saxon, according to me, but still. Another point that is important for me is whether, as a composer, you write pieces or parts of pieces, or you write material that helps you to write then the piece, but then you actually do the form, you do the actual composition. Even in the completely algorithmic composition where you generate entire section of pieces, actually, almost never you just take the data and write it down. There is always some tweaking needed, at least some data information that you need to do, for example, the choice of the instruments or the articulation or the dynamics. Very often it is not in models for music. And there are also concerts where you have a stereophonic soundscape generated by one deep neural network, or musical performance from one learning machine and person. solo on a custom-made device, the Magno Dictator, and so on and so on. So all these parts are made it also in the concert. Unfortunately, it wasn't at the concert because I wasn't in Paris on that day, but I was very interesting, I would have been very interested in listening to what it is, because in the end, music for me is organized sound. Sorry if I quote Varese, but all the concepts behind, I mean, I teach in Germany, concerts play a very important role in Germany, and okay, concerts are great, but if the sound is not there, for me, it's not interesting. The last piece I want to mention is Marquis de Sautois, a book called The Creativity Code, because he actually has the opposite approach. The computers won't create anything on value unless they acquire consciousness. Now, the issue of what is consciousness is already a very open issue. We don't know if we are conscious, or at least what our consciousness is, let alone computer consciousness. What he said, and that it's something I would come back at the end of my presentation, is that all these AI programs are very good to mimic, but are they able to create? I don't know. And I think I let you, music theorists and musicologists, maybe think of what is creative or not. I withdraw from the relationship. Now, what is very important when working with a computer, I mean, I say that for myself because we will see my building environment and what it meant to me, the environment, is that any kind of device that you use bring a certain knowledge and a certain way, a vision of the world. If you're not aware of the vision of the world that is behind the computer or behind the environment or behind the device, you are just using the world used by another person, and you are just playing with this world. Why not if you are a creative person? But if you have your own world, and you might have to make it, say, complex, to relay your own world to whatever it is that you have available. The purpose, but to make your own world, you have to formalize it if you want to talk to a computer. And to formalize it is not something that is easy, because in the moment we start to abandon our intuitive work, and I'm quite an intuitive composer most of the times, but then when I question it and I say, it's interesting what I do, I want to do something more about that, I want to develop that, then problems start. And nowadays, formalization is very under-fashionable. I would say it's a very old vintage approach. Nowadays, the philosophy is rather, you have a problem, look for the plugin. And so let me start by talking about one old string quartet, where I will talk about the final point, the point D of the string quartet, that is the notion of vertical pitch structures. Actually, at the beginning of this quartet was an invented chorale. So I wrote a melody according to some generative rules that I will not develop. This melody that you find there was harmonized totally intuitively on the piano with belly, if you wish, or heart, or whatever you want. Of course, at that time, I had done a lot of harmonization in the style of Bach, so I knew more or less what are the rules, and if you know about that, if you're aware of that, you will see that the relationship between the soprano and the bass follows some of the rules that you would find in Bach, but the chords are not at all the chords of Bach, of course. The invented chorale is a reference, a direct reference to Beethoven's String Quartet Opus 132, where there is also an invented chorale in F major, actually in modal F would be natural. That was for me, when I was a child, one of my aesthetical shocks when I listened to that. I wasn't a musician at that time yet, but one of the examples that spurred me into becoming a musician. What is important to notice here is that I had the idea of having two harmonizations. One I would call consonant, one I would call dissonant. And both harmonizations, you see the two lines there, have both of them, the bass was one time down, one time at the lowest, in the normal place, one time an octave higher. Having an octave higher, I don't have enough space to keep all the chords. So I had the issue of what it means to keep the same kind of chordal, let's say, color, if you call it like this, when I don't have the space for all the pitches. What does it mean? And then there's a question that I ask myself, what does it mean to have a chordal unity that goes beyond the notion of simply succession of intervals? Of course, in functional harmony, this is very clear, but in non-functional harmony, in a case like this wasn't very, very clear. This is the same harmonization in the dissonant version. To have an idea of what it sounds like, here is the first phrase, the consonant and the dissonant, the way it is conceived. This is in my mind. In the reality, of course, this is what you hear in the concert. So if one is sensitive to harmonic rhythm, you feel that this chorale is exactly there, exactly what you heard, just with holes in it, and with a slower harmonic rhythm of different units. That is so that was the first one that you saw, exactly the first lines. The two ones are, there are some rules. When it is a consonant one, it's rather sul tasto. When it is a dissonant, it's rather sul ponticello. So there is also rhythmical, say, heuristics to highlight the two things. But besides playing the chords or the chorale, what should I do? I had decided for myself that I don't want to say operate on these chords or transform the chords according to the theories I knew, Messiaen chord transposition, I mean, or combinatoric things. So I just had to find another way, and I went to a big crisis because after playing the chorale once and having made the first part of the thing, I didn't know what to do. So I just went out and tried to formalize what it means to me to have chords when the generative principle doesn't exist. I mean, these chords were just done by intuition and not by applying a rule of superposition of intervals or whatever generative rules you can imagine to generate a chord. So I went out, spent some time, and I went out just saying, how do I want to think of the chords? What is a chord for me? A chord, I mean, a sequence of chords for me. And they came out with the concept of vertical pitch structure, and I wrote down the different, say, the different lists, the way I want to see a chord. I go fast here because I will go back to this point a bit later in today. But just to say, this was a way to ask myself, how do I hear and how do I want to think a chord in a certain way? So that in the end, a chord had a set of, here it is. So the chord for me is this set of values that you have. I said the name list, this is the pitch classes, how many notes, some ways of looking at intervals and so on. I want to show two aspects that are for me important. One is the homogeneity and coefficient of stability, because this is relatively personal. The first ones are just normal, say, description of data. The coefficient of homogeneity is an interval that gives you the relationship between the smallest and the largest interval. So if the coefficient of homogeneity is small, that means that the intervals that constitute the chord do not vary very much. Superposition of thirds, of seconds, of fourth, of fifth, or whatever it is. If in the chord you have a second and a seventh, then this homogeneity, of course, will not be very small. The coefficient of stability is something a bit more strange and a bit more personal. And I will go back to it a little bit later, but just think that there is a way to, say, define the stability, which is a compositional process of a chord. And then once you have all these chords, I had to find ways to navigate through all these chords. That is very often associated to generative system. There is the necessity to go through a database according to some rules. For example, keep only the chords that have a certain characteristics, or order the chords in a different way. For example, this is what I was doing. I mean, at that time, of course, there was no computer. So I categorize all my chords according to some of my, say, criteria. For example, here, according to the surface. So I know that this chord I call Z8, is the one that has the largest surface, the largest interval. And then I have a density. Of course, the density is the interval divided by the number of notes. So, of course, it is the opposite one. And then I have the coefficient of homogeneity, what's called R here. So I know which chords are more or less homogeneous and so on. So you see, my database that was done according to the harmonization of the phrases that was done was now turned totally apart, and from the point of view of the original structure, but turned into a set of data that I could go through according to some ordering criteria. For example, in another part of the piece, there is a concentration on a very slow harmonic rhythm, but with Klangfarben harmonie, legno, tratto, tremolo, and crescendo diminuendo, a bit like what the example by Ruth Crawford that was played this morning. And then I chose a chord that are concentrated, so I looked for in my database and I concentrated the chords in a way or in another. This is the way it sounds like. Second chord, third chord, fourth chord. So we heard 4 chords with this moving on the thing. This piece has also specialization, live electronics and so on, but I'm not going to talk about that. Another approach that I had to do was to identify the chords according to their, what I called harmonic field for me, and then to go through them and then move to the next harmonic field. And there was a rule. When 2 chords were succeeding each other, if the pitches are common, they are repeated in the quartet, in the recording, meaning the score. If the pitches are not common, then they are just played. So you have a succession rule that uses these chords according to a pattern matching, and within all the chords here, with all the things, one pitch was always the same and the rest are going on one. You very, very easily see that in the score. Here is a central pitch, which is a high E, and then in the blue there are even, in blue there are the pitches that are continue until the next chord and therefore are repeated, and the next one, harmonic field, is this, and it goes on and so on. So that was just simply the thing. And then you see that in the score. This is the equivalent score. This is a high E. These are the notes, the D sharp, the E sharp flat that was playing in there. Then this is a IE that goes here. Then there is another pitch and so on. That's the way it sounds like. And then it goes into another dimension. So here are simple examples of how say, a certain approach that at the beginning was just phenomenological, trying to make sense out of data that didn't have any structural rules, became out of that. I'm sorry, this second part of the VPS is in French, but I will talk about it in English because we presented that in French. Anyway, the point is that my course, the way I wanted to go through that was implied for me a different way of thinking, not only functional thinking, but constraint-based things or relational things. In a functional thing, you define a rule, you define some input data, and then you have some output data, one or many, but it depends on the rule that you define. But fundamentally, you have a flow from the input to the other. In a relational thinking, you define some properties of an object. For me, it was the properties of a harmonic field, for example. And then you look for all the, say, subjects or all the instances that satisfy these properties. So there are different ways, they were also mentioned today, in terms of how you formalize a concept, depending on how aware you are between the relationship on the things. But what is important is that a concept is fundamentally a generalization of several instances that belong to the same, say, concept, that is, to the same set of constraints. So you see here, and we implemented at that time, we implemented this project in Prolog, which was a natural language for constraint programming that doesn't exist anymore, but still can be used. So I want to talk about, so we have different ways of approaching and accessing the data according of the things. What I want to show is what I call the coefficient of stability. So I had the feeling that I needed a more personal definition of chord than just the combinatoric of list of parameters that what you can find from a chord. And I had the idea of associating to each interval a weight between 0 and 10. And 0 means no weight. For me, totally stable. 10 means very, very unstable. Call it consonant or dissonant if you want, or consonant or dissonant in psychoacoustic terms. The important point was that these weights were defined by me as a composer, not according to psychoacoustic models. So in a psychoacoustic model, the weight of fifth, that is 700 semitones, 700 cents, would have a low weight because it's just the lowest weight below the octave. But in my case, I wanted to give a low weight to thirds, minor and major thirds. So these chords that have more minor or major thirds, they are called as stable or as harmonic, call it the way you want. Then I realized that intervals diminish their value depending on and so on. So you have this very unstable music. Of course, there is much more than what is there, much more than chord. There is a whole work on the articulation and on the shaping of time, the granular shaping of time. But this is, of course, not the point that I want to make here. The last example I want to show is a very simple example of applying CAO techniques to analysis data, because that's a very different issue. And then I will show just one simple example, which was the example of making a piano sing. Now, spectral data with respect to symbolic data have special problems because, first of all, there are many more descriptors than in symbolic data. Secondly, the sheer amount of data that you have is, you have to add, there are too many. I want to show just the process on a simple example. So if you just take this simple thing, that's all. Then if you do the analysis, you have this very fuzzy thing, but you see that here, the glissando. Then you add your time marker. So there are, I would say, 6 per beat, and each beat is 138. So in total, there are about 14, say, data per second. And then you create the chords for the data, and then the chords for the data, you take away the data because, of course, you manipulate the data just symbolically. So we import them in a symbolic language. You notice that it is a piano, so a piano doesn't go below the last C. The last C is 4,000 hertz. That is here about 1/3 of the thing. So all the data above are useless. And therefore, the next thing is you eliminate the notes that are not there, and then you notice that there are too many notes in the last octave. So the piano will just repeat all the time the last octaves because, of course, spectral data work like this. So another rule was to add a special treatment to the last octaves because we noticed that by having 6 chords per beat and about a density of about 10 to 10 notes a chord, this clavier would still play. If you added this a bit more, the moment it would freeze, and it's hopeless. And then somebody has to go there and reboot it, which you cannot do if you have an opera. And and then we noticed that it would freeze also if there are too many notes repeated at the same time. And therefore, I added a rule to this data that is just for the last octaves, add a special jitter so that you avoid too many repetitions of the same key, and you get something that is musically interesting because it be all like this, it was a bit too mechanic, according to me, and as somebody who sings cannot be too mechanic, even if it is a mechanic piano. And so in the end, that the result was relatively clear. You will see. Then there were two more things, and then I will play just the example, and I will end here. This is the thing. So you see that this you have the last octave. Here in this example there is no jitter. We added the pedal. The piano was there, was totally open, so the pedal would be seen. We added una corda, and we took away the last octaves to give the idea of a pianissimo. And then we have to simulate the crescendo. And to simulate the crescendo, we would just add energy. All this by rule, of course, because there are hundreds of, thousands of notes. You're not going to there to delete every note by hand, even in a MIDI program. So all this was done by a rule based. And if you look at the score, this is what it looks like, but nobody wants to look at the score, do you? It's quite long. And so here is the example, and this is the first song. There are two songs. This is the first song of the disc clavier, based on that, based on the analysis that we did. That was the song of the year. I would like to end just with a few more comments that are, I think they might open the discussion, which is nowadays everybody is talking about AI, deep learning, and so on. That's very fashionable. There is a lot of money for that. If you ask for a project, and if you add these two keywords, you get the money also from Europe. And I want to just mention the issues that are behind there, because the old-fashioned artificial intelligence, what's called the GoFi, was an attempt to code knowledge in a symbolic way. So you would code knowledge the way it is, the way you think is the best representation for the problem that you have. In the nowadays brute data crunching, there is absolutely no knowledge about knowledge. You just have, because of access to terabytes of data on the net. No net, no data crunching. So that's very weird, terribly depending on the internet. And the internet is biased, it's not at all objective. Secondly, we have extremely fast GPU processors, and therefore using that you have to use with the so-called adversarial examples. For example, you may all agree that a machine, and maybe sometimes some human beings, would have a problem to divide the puppy or the dog from the muffin. So this is relatively clear. I would say, okay, it's a bit tricky. But would you imagine that if you give the image to the left, the machine with a good confidence says it's a panda, you add some noise, which a machine recognizes but with very low confidence a nematode, and the picture of the right is recognized by the same system as a monkey with an extremely high confidence. I don't know if you know what a gibbon is, but it definitely doesn't look like a panda, right? But for the machine, there is no doubt it is a panda. So let me make a final example. When we were all in our homes, sitting in our rooms, not listening to Lucier's music, but to our VR equipment, and then we are missing a loudspeaker, for example, in our metaverse. Well, look at this image. At the beginning, you have a washer, and by adding some adversarial, thing, the one on the left, on the right, is definitely not something. The machine is not sure if it is a safe or a loudspeaker. So if you are missing a loudspeaker, use your washer, and in the metaverse, it will work. Thank you.
Thank you. No, Marco, we are. I'm sorry that I made you run. You touch also in a ironic way many theoretical questions. So unfortunately, we don't have too much time, but I'm sure a couple of questions we can deal with. Please. Carl, I'm somebody, and Nicola. Okay, somebody else, just to know. Okay, Carl, Nicola, and Joshua.
There's something to talk about with this work that you're doing with your harmonies. I still think you're reinventing like harmony in your way, with stability and instability being used instead of consonance and dissonance. I mean, it's interesting. The music's good, but it troubles me, all this work to end up with what you have. I wanted to ask you, though, the real question is, what do you find pleasant about this process that you can't find making music in any other way?
Hard question. I won't be able to answer it in a few hours, let alone a few milliseconds. Just to think, concerning the harmony, when I had to look for a way to classify my 200 chords, let's say, intuitively done, I also, of course, look at set theory, I look at Parncott's theory of a thing, but it's too psychoacoustic. It didn't fit to me. So I had two chords that were near each other. According to me, they were too dissonant, too separate like this. The notion of dissonance, I didn't use dissonance and consonance. I mean, I used it in quotes just to make it clear. It's actually coming from work in expert systems. In expert systems, inference engine is navigating through a knowledge database, but the knowledge database has weights. So in an expert system would say, if there is a reasonable say, possibility that if this is like this, and there is 20%, at least 20% of the other, that the result is that. For example, medical diagnosis or a spectral analysis, I mean for official things. So the idea, so what I say is that you have a set of data, let's say in a more general way, you have a set of data, they don't have the same value, you give them different values by assigning them weights. The way you assign them weights, it's your business, so you can make weights. And actually I experimented with several kinds of weights. Once you have these weights associated with the data, if you add, if you want, if it is music in the octave scalar, then you have way to, you have a synthetic, how to say, approach, a synthetic number that seizes the way these weights are related to each other, all the possible combination of the weights that are related to each other. I tried to, for example, see if I could discriminate between a classical chord, 3 or 4 note chord, or a fifth, and then more extreme chords. And indeed, it's actually quite good. A classical chord has more a weight of 3 point something, maybe 4.1 if it's really high. Other chords would rather be. So you get a feeling of that with my own weights. You change the weight, you get other feelings. So the idea was this much more general than simply harmony. It could be applied to rhythm or could be applied to dynamics if you want, to have a collection of discrete items that are not there to be, that don't have the same meaning, to which you assign a certain value, a certain weight, it's called like this, and then you have a synthetic view of the relationship between them. That's all.
Okay, very, very quickly, just a stupid comment, but I think that when you talk about creativity, it's clear from your presentation that there's one thing that is not matched. But creativity is fun. Is a lot of fun. You are having a lot of fun inventing solutions to your problems, to the problems you yourself create. So the thing is, a computer doesn't have fun. So there's no motivation to create because there's no fun. There's no. So I think that this is the basic point that, makes it so that when we talk about creativity, concerning computers, there's this old, quote of Picasso, computers are stupid because they know the answers, but they don't know the questions. So, and I think that this is fundamental to creativity. But
Yes, very, very, very good point. I mean, I don't know if I have really fun in the moment of trust, but there is a sort of intellectual pleasure that it's there. Yeah, I mean, but what I want to say is that too often we talk about computer-aided composition without questioning the issue of creativity. And we think that computers are automatically creative, but you don't know actually what creativity is. Because if you ask each of you, what is creativity? And I mean, I don't think we don't get with any kind of common answer. And for David Cope, creativity is extremely easy, but intelligence is extremely hard. Now, I don't know if creativity is a form of intelligence or not. I might have my own issue. I'm not going to talk about now my own point of view, just because there is no time, not because I don't want to. But I say there is too much, sometimes too much understood or misunderstood criteria that we all agree that Tristan's chord is a great chord. But I mean, if somebody comes and says, this is a shitty chord, it's the worst chord I ever heard, how can you demonstrate this person this is a great chord? There is no way you can demonstrate that. You just feel, we all agree. We all agree that Bach is better than Salieri. But yeah, I think we all agree here. But if somebody say, I think that Salieri is a genius of that time and Bach is just a poor mechanic, say, composer, how can you demonstrate that? There is no way you can do it. We all agree. There is a lot of common agreement, but there is no way that we can really define that. And with a computer, without definition, there is no way you can get out, because computers need formalization and need definition. That's the only thing they can do.
Aesthetic judgment. Okay,
yeah.
Last one.
So context is really what's hard to represent for an AI. And those are good examples. Context is what is hard to represent in machine learning. And that's what gives rise to these ludicrous examples like you have and that you just talked about. Because the Tristan chord in one context, totally different than in a different context. So I agree. The issue of, sorry, I have another comment and a question. The issue of like, oh, this is another example of chordal stability or sonata form, but is yet different. That's blending. That's what conceptual blending is. When you have something that you've derived by totally different means, but it has a familiarity from some other thing that you know about. That is bringing something new by blending something unfamiliar with familiar. So I'm just responding to Carl, actually, on that. But my question was actually related to that, which is, your string quartet, it sounds like it has great, what I'd call voice leading. But it occurs to me that the processes that you're going through could give rise to that almost indirectly. So I wondered if thinking about voice leading was something that is completely not in part of your thought process and just arises out of the other procedures that you use.
Hard question. I mean, in the choral parts of the quartet, there are not always choral parts. The movements are taken by, they're more or less directly, say, chorals. There are movements which are tropic, which are just interventions that are out of that. The choral parts, there is, of course, a tendency of that. But for me, what is more important, rather than the sound, is the way sound evolves in time. I mean, this is the relationship of doing so much on sound analysis. You'd never think of data as collection of data, but a collection of functions. So say time-varying data, BPFs in Open Music or tables in Max. And so when you think of time, what it means time-varying data means that the sounds is nothing, if I think about it, it's something like this. Then you say, okay, I have this sound with this pitch, with the thing, with these dynamics. Then I say, how can I articulate it in time? Or do you have a same, or and so on. So I have a way to shape sound in time. And in the string quartet, there is a lot of work. It's one of the points that I didn't talk about orchestrating a sound. So not making a sound, not make a chord, but making a sound the result of several instruments. Actually, all the instruments play all the time, but there is not always 4 voices in this quartet, but sometimes there is only one voice with different parts of the sound, say, synthesized or orchestrated by different parts, by different instruments. So I think that voice leading is a little bit too, perhaps, conventional as a term, if you extend it to the way voice live in time and not only the way what the voice are without time. But it's an excellent question.
Very good. I'm really, my music theoretical, Ingrid knows, consciousness is very pleased of this discussion. And I would continue until 10 o'clock this night. Okay, thank you so much. So let's take only 5 minutes to change the scenery here, and then Laura and Nicola will tell us something about and bring to something to listen.
Thank you.
Okay. So please take your seats. Thank you. This is just the last part of the very intense first day of conference, and I thank you for being with us until now. This will be just a small private concert, just to make an homage to Fausto Razzi and Gottfried Michael König, who both passed away very recently. So we will start with one piece by Fausto Razzi. Nicola Bernardini, who collaborated with him, will talk a little bit about this important composer in Italy, whose archive and donation collection is here at the Fondazione. And then we will listen to one piece by Gottfried Michael König, and we will end this small concert at 7 o'clock. Okay, Nicola Bernardini, I leave you.
Thank you to the Fondazione and to Laura, Giacomo, and Gianmario for this thing. Fausto Razzi is an Italian composer who's not very well known, but was very prolific. He was born in 1932, studied with Goffredo Petrassi, composed a lot of instrumental work, but was an early uptaker of computers, in the sense that he already in 1972, which was around the time of Stria, I guess, you know, for Chowning, he had already a project for a composition piece synthesized by computer. He was also a conductor of Italian Renaissance music. And he was very close to visual and architectural movements in Rome. He was married to an architect and had a lot of sensitivity for the architectural movements and for visual art in general. So this is the framework to understand what he was what was his working environment. One of the pieces that actually got some attention, it was the second project of the work of works for computer, which was called Progetto Secondo. I must say that he was an orthodox Marxist, and so he stuck to very strict and you know, critical points. For example, he wasn't at all interested, perhaps, in the ability of elaborate new sounds or new things. He was very uninterested by this thing. He was really wanting to use computers for composition. And, but of course, he separated, you know, composition with computers were made by computers and were played by computers, while instrumental works were something else. Although towards the end of his life, he was mixing both things. Okay, this project derives from another piece, which was created in Naples, not in 74 as it's written here, but in 78. And it was commissioned by the Venice Biennale in 1980, and the first version was created at the Centro di Sonologia Computazionale in Padova with software by, it was in Music 5, and with extensions from, by Daniele Torresan, who was working at the time in Padova. And here in this work, sorry, but he uses sine waves exclusively and organized in 15 different modules arranged in time. So, okay, I will show the score, and we recreated the version, the initial version had several problems with the envelopes and he wasn't really happy about it. So we recreated it from scratch in 2007. And the 2007 version has one small addition, which is actually very hard to hear, that the point is that he had started with an idea which tells you a lot about the way he was thinking. He wanted a totally mono piece, no stereo, no panning, no space, no nothing. And I said, well, you know, we can do a little better than that. And we made a lot of examples with, you know, icons of the 13th century with no perspective. Let's add some perspective. So I ended up convincing him to put mono, but like all the modules on a line with some distance from it was very hard, but we got to it. And so, okay, this is the version that we're going to hear. And okay, this was done in C sound, and my idea of computer-assisted composition is that you cannot really freely create unless you have your own software and you make your own software. So I made some Python modules just to write the score of C sound. I create a whole library, and which was done based on his way of thinking things. So you know, the objects of Python replicate exactly his thinking, and in the end we were happy with that. I also gave him as a present for his birthday the score of this thing, which was created exactly with the same program. The program was creating both the C sound score and the graphical score, which you can see here. I will show better. Okay, this is the way the sine waves are distributed in time. They are divided in five ranges, and okay, except for the central range, which is just one note, which you will hear very clearly, which comes in quite a lot. There are two basic modules, one on the bottom and one on the top, which are always going on, and then there are many other models which intervene in the middle. There is you will hear that there is an accumulation of things, and the thing is that you have to, all these lines are not single signs, but they are a triplet of sine waves which are beating with each other, and all the rhythmical thing is done through beats. Essentially, he was interested in this thing, and this is the way it went. So, okay, there are 14 of these modules. I don't want to get, but this is just one of them. It's module 4, which this is the top is the way he designed it, and the bottom part is the way it actually happens in the music. So. The frequencies are not distributed evenly, and okay, there are many things to say, but not so interesting. And okay, the software, of course, is free software. You can download it, and you can do your own progetto secondo, as you know, if you wish, if you so wish. It's a very simple thing, so it's not. Now, what I want to say is that Fausto has left. Okay, he has left this world some weeks ago, and there's still a lot of work to do, not on this piece, but on the previous piece. The previous piece is the first and aptly titled Progetto per una composizione per elaboratore, which was written in '72 and realized on the first version at the University in Naples in 1978. Unfortunately, the recording output has nothing to do with the composition, at least that's what he was saying. And we were working on the score but first of all, he had lost the annotation, and then he told me that he had found them. He told me in April, so we set up an appointment, but he was sick, and then we delayed the appointment, and then he was sick again, and so on and so forth. And this is the usual things that, he died, and that's it. So I intend to work on this thing, and there's a repository for that too. But it's totally now. I'm still working on it. But in the repository there is the original version, which, as I say, is completely not what he wanted. So this is about what I wanted to say. And I don't know, maybe there's it's good enough for the purpose. Now we're going to hear the piece. I'm sorry, it's a very, orthodox Marxist piece, so it's very taxing. The listening is very taxing. The initial part is very, very soft. You have to be very, very quiet and attentive to hear it, because he starts with these two extremes in which he does the piece. So but then it builds up, and you understand. And well, I think the piece makes sense, but it's up to you to decide. And let me see if I can go with that. Okay, so we go.
Thank you, Nicola. I had to switch on the other computer. Okay, so the second moment is dedicated to Gottfried Michael Koenig, and I won't say much because we have already mentioned him several times today. Just a few things that, just to remember that he was working at the West German radio in Cologne from 1964 to 1954. Sorry, from 1954 to 1964, and he started as assisting other composers, including Stockhausen, Kagel, Evangelisti, Ligeti, Brünn, and producing his own electronic compositions like Essay, Terminus 1, or Klangfiguren, of course. And during this period, he also wrote orchestral and chamber music, and it was until 1986, he was director of the Institute of Sonology at Utrecht University. And it was during this period that the Institute acquired a worldwide reputation, particularly for example, its annual sonology course. Koenig also produced there and, of course, created his programs, famous programs, Project 1, Project 2, and SSP. So tonight we will hear a function, the blue function, Funktion Blau. It's part of the series Funktionen. This is a series with 8 versions of the piece, produced from 1967 to 1969. So here we are not dealing with computer-produced or algorithmic computer-produced sounds, but so we are in an analog domain, but every sound or every controlling sound, like FM, AM, or ring modulation, etc., is generated on tape and then transformed in analog domain by means of 36 combinations. So he prepared the circuits of every specific combination and then produced on tape and then transformed according to every transformation. So it is actual analog synthesis, but there is inside the automatic process that he would acquire later in Utrecht when they installed the voltage control on the computer, so they were able later to produce everything in an automatic domain. So we will hear Funktion Blau, and we finally had to thank Kees Taselaar for sending us the audio files in the quadraphonic version and stereophonic version. Of course, we will listen to the stereophonic version tonight. Okay, thank you. Well, there would be so many things to, and some, because many among us have known both composers, but I think that this is the right way to close our very interesting day first day. So just a practical question. We are going to meet in 45 minutes precisely at 10 to 8 in the plaza near the church, because we are going to take the traghetto and going to dinner together, 2 or 3 traghetto stations from here in Zattere. Okay, so more. Okay. Yes, that we stay together. So you had time to go to your room if you need to, or we can stay here discussing. But the important thing is that we meet at 10 to 8 at 7:50 in the plaza near the church. Okay.
But where the
Vaporetto stops? At the Vaporetto, at the deck. At the Vaporetto.